We'll see. See if we get above the 200, and then we'll see what it does in this band. I definitely don't want it above 481 though. You're gonna call it a day, Alfie? Glad you're ended green no matter what. Have class soon. All right, Alfie. Good to see you again. You have a great day. We will see you mañana. I'm riding my short. It's working better than the earlier short, that's for sure. We got some money to make up, so see what the stonk gods have in store for us. Nice. You're out also. Amaro, good stuff to D. Good stuff to do. All right, my friend. You have a great one. Don't chase. You couldn't be more right. But we're chasing the bags today, bro. We're chasing the bags. I want to retest that low. Can we get that low? Or are they going to range us, push us back up and retest the 200? I don't like it. You got it, baby boy. I'll see you. See you. Have a great day. Enjoy yourself. They're gonna send 1,000 Marines to the Middle East by the end of this week. We're attacking them to weaken their infrastructure further. That's basically what the strikes are. There you go. Come on, give it to us. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, there she goes. Now she's pushing. We're close to making up the losses off that first trade. Thank goodness for that. We're at that 4-hour support resistance at 404.75. All right, good, good, good. We're below it. We need to be below that. We need to be below that so that we get that door to open us up to 333. Looks like our friends across the pond are not buying this at all. They are not buying this market one bit. They are going for it. The Bears have shown up to play today. Let's go. Give us that elevator ride down. Just teleport this thing. Let's go. Oh, yes, please, 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 please. I didn't even set up my orbs for the day. We just jumped right into it. Yeah, because that orb is not correct. The orb is actually like way up here. You know what? While this is doing this, let's set up the orb level. Okay, it's not even there. right there. And where's the top of where's my orb? Oh wait, that was the orb high. Ah. Okay, so orb high is at 24, 526, and orb low is I can get this thing. All right, perfect. We got it. Orb low is at 24, 427. That will be your orb low. Woo! Bulls are trying. Oh man, this could make for an interesting lunch. The way this is kind of situated. Oh yeah, we gotta put this up. I'm gonna put the disclaimer up. All right, perfect. It's gotta put the disclaimer up, otherwise, forget about it. Nice little trade right there. Cool little 450. Positive now for the day. Let's go. And then drop. Man, I just want this thing to continue selling during lunch. I don't even want it to stop. Can't stop, won't stop, my friend. Can't stop, won't stop. It really just depends on what New York wants. If they see the trend there and they see the weakness, they'll attack it. If they don't see it, they won't go for it. You know what I'm saying? It's unfortunately New York lunch is just pretty much black and white. You're either gonna see the trend kind of happening and it's gonna go, and then just be prepared for like midway through lunch, it's gonna freaking dump on us, and then otherwise it's just gonna consolidate in a tight like 20-point range. But like I said, on a good note, hey, you know what? We're gonna have some hopefully decent movement. One more move down and you're done for the day, right? I want to see if we can take out that 24,288. That's what I want. Oh man, that was a sick entry right there too. I love it when it's like that. It doesn't draw down very much and just goes on you, and you're just like, wee. Finally, man, needed a good trade. I hadn't had like a real good trade in a week or two. Truth be told, Justin, and been some mediocre trades. But we've been kind of choppy, and the midday is tough, man, to catch anything worth a dang. Getting more short signals on the NAS. Got like 15 minutes until New York lunch. You partaking in this short, Justin? You short in this market? You bearing down? Nice. Let's go. Oh my god. Hmm. Got a higher low. Hmm. I don't think they're gonna buy this. Woo. Oh, nice, breezy. Nice. I haven't been trading options because the volatility has just been so crazy. It hasn't been what I like. So, like for the time being, I'm steering clear of options. It's just too hard. You can't get a good trade. They've just been scalps, and I don't want to incur more risk than I already have. So until we get earnings season or something like that, or get rid of some of this news based baloney, I don't think I'm going to trade options. If not, I'm only going to trade them on Mondays because it feels like Monday is the good expansion day. You can almost count money on it. On a Monday, you're gonna catch a nice rep. You know, who do you win? You and some Qs, you and some IWNs, or what? Or XSP? XSP would have been good. You could have probably gotten some puts super cheap earlier. I bet you. I just don't like the way the XSP moves, though. The movement on it is crap. It's cheap and you can hold it so close, but man, I just hate that, you know, the volume on it is just terrible. And it almost doesn't even look like it moves, even if you pay for data on it. That's the other thing I hate. Need more cell signals on the NAS. Trade's working out pretty good. I want to see that next leg down though. We're gonna put us around here before we get that next fade. All right, good. Take a look at Bitcoin, see what Bitcoin is doing right now. Pretty much the same thing right now. Trying to catch a bid, but yeah, I don't think so. I'll put my stop below the or below. We got 3 by stop. There we go. We'll see. We'll see. It should keep going. Mm. Oh, I'm trying, my friend. I'm trying. Want to see if we get this continuation, man. The Bulls stepping in for no good reason. Or should we take our profit, see if we get that pullback back into the 200 or the or below, and then retake the short? We could do one of two. I just hate getting out of a good position, you know? I got a good entry on something. And especially, I want to go for continuation. I want to see this thing continue fading. Let's take a look at the heat map. I mean, there is a lot of green on the heat map. Dude, Hakanasi still has red candles, though. Okay. It's a good thing. Take a look at the dollar and see what the dollar's doing. Dollar's still holding up here at highs. Got a morning highs going on right now. Gee. Look at that 99,564 on the US dollar right now. I think we'll stick this out. Stick with it. This might even be an ad spot right there. Eight minutes away from New York lunch team. 8 minutes. Dang, this is not where I want to be either. I'd like to be further down because I don't want us to range in here and then have a risk of taking out my stop right here. You know what I'm saying? What are you in right now, Nacho? You shorting this? You longing this? Please don't tell me you're long. I don't need that bad juju. It's crazy though. Look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute is just like trying. They're trying to buy it. They know what's coming next. Let it go. We got the little bear flag right here. Let's see. Nah, man. I got in on the first one. Oh man. Okay. Shit. You got screwed on that long or on that short earlier. Chilling. Getting the day started over here. Right on. Right on. Good luck, man. Be safe out there in the bucket. That's right. Keep grinding. Yeah, I think, I think with what I know now, I would have definitely probably considered going to be an electrician when I was younger. And I think I would have probably enjoyed it a little bit more than like getting into IT. Although, I mean, I love IT, IT is my, it's my thing, I, I love, I love technology. So it's kind of hard for me to be like, you know, whatever. Mm, got 5 minutes till New York lunch. I'm hungry today, truth be told. Like I'm low key kind of hungry today. We having for lunch today? Anybody having anything good for lunch today? I'm freaking starving. Maybe I should get a bowl of cereal. A bowl of cereal would be nice. Oh, where are you going? Where are you going with this thing? Antonio, you know what? I think I'm gonna get out of this. Monster and chopped beef sticks, brother. Gross. Oh man, that's it's no bueno, bro. That doesn't even make me hungry. That makes me kind of like, I don't think I want that. Like, yeah, you know what? I know exactly what I don't want. Thanks, Nacho. Sorry, bro. Can't eat that kind of food, man. I'm too old for that. Too old for that, man. I can't eat that kind of junk food, man. I can't drink like I love Monster. Don't get me wrong. I love yeah, I kind of dig the flavor of like Monster or like Red Bull. I do like Red Bull and there's a Rockstar fruit punch. That stuff is delicious. That's like a little guilty pleasure of mine. Like I don't get it very often, but when I do, I like to get it. Anywho, yeah, I don't like to drink stimulants and stuff. I'm already like pretty high, naturally wired already. So yeah, no, stimulants just keep me up like way more than I need to. They don't help as much either. See, I should have sold it and then I could have been restacking the short. Dang. Should do that, right? We should just get out of this. And if it comes back, we can always just re-enter it. I want that continuation though. I don't want it to I don't want to re-enter and be jockeying for trade positions. I'm just gonna stick to my guns. Oh my god. Man, this is just crazy. We get that move and then it just you don't get the continuation. You get that consolidation and oh, we're gonna do this or it's just terrible. Like being at this okay. I used to when I was younger, hang out with my buddies and stuff. But now that I'm old, not so much. Oh, on indicators like last week, right? Or yeah, last week we were working on indicators. That was kind of fun. What'd you guys think about that? Well, it's looking pretty good right now. You're silly, Nacho. You're funny. But it sounds like I'd want to hang out with you, my friend. Sounds like I want to hang out with you. Yeah, we might get into some trouble. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry, guys. Just we're already in this trade. We're just kind of managing our existing position. You know. So, man, I wish I would have taken that on my other account. That's not a bad trade right there. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Oh, I know what's wrong with this thing. We got the title wrong on it. We gotta fix the title for the YouTube stream. Oh man, well at least it didn't come on and stop me out. So I'm really happy about that. That is definitely a good thing. We didn't get to stop out. So thank you, Lord. Well man, it is getting boring here now. Oh, there we go. Now we're getting that sell. Getting more sell signals on the NAS. Trade's not working out too bad for us now. 6,632. Let's go to my excuse me. Go to my ES chart. Well, you got a bullish order block. It looks like here on the 1 minute you got to eat through. So you got a demand block here. So you got to munch through that, and then you should be able to get further below it. Looks like it's going to be a little difficult, but the NAS is all chilling through here. You got a bunch of buy order blocks. Yeah, how's it going, folks out there on the interwebs, out there on X? Looks like we've got about 24 viewers on X. How are you guys doing on X? I got chat open. If you guys have a question, want to take a look at a chart, feel free to ask. I'd love to take a look at one. Let's go through the midday news on what geopolitics and what other news is affecting the market. So, all right, here's your midday breakdown. So if you've been watching the tape this morning, you already know how things are getting wild. We're seeing a massive risk-on rally across the board today, and it's entirely headline-driven. Trump has been hinting at serious progress in the Iran talks, which is immediately cooling off fears about supply chain disruptions in the Straits of Hormuz. Because of that, oil is absolutely pumping right now, and equities are catching a massive bid as geopolitical premium comes out of the market. Let's talk tickers. The Qs is leading the charge today and pushing past that 590 level and up over 1%. Big tech is waking up with NVIDIA, AMD, and Tesla all squeezing higher. The SPY is right behind it, climbing up 659 and up about 1% on the session. But listen up. Before you go building, blindly mashing the buy button on 0DTE calls, you need to look at the structure. A lot of volume we're seeing looks like shorts covering, and there is a massive debate right now on whether this is a structural bottom or just some massive bull trap. And you can kind of see that kind of playing out through the lunchtime session. The bull that stepped in and went long in the morning, they're trapped unless they got stopped out. They're the only thing holding this market up right now, together with bubble gum. So look for the shorts or the longs to continue to cover and the selling to get aggressive, in my opinion. For the SPY, we defend that critical 640 support on the weekly chart, which is great for the bulls. But until we can cleanly break and hold above the downward resistance around 660, we are technically still just printing lower highs. Here's the playbook for the rest of the session. Well, one second. Hey, Justin, good to see you.
What's up, Riz? How you doing, man?
Doing good. Just running through the news right now and stuff.
I feel like you got to do that every 10 minutes now.
You have to. We've been talking about, this being such a news-driven market, and continues to play out on a day-to-day basis now, and really my consensus is still playing out. We're still smack dab in that range from Monday that Becky pointed out, and we're consolidating, not making any real moves,
Yeah, absolutely. I was watching Mike trade this morning, and it was just that range just hitting it, every time it came down, just smacking it again. Finally broke to the downside a little bit, but it's having trouble getting that continuation. kind of as to be expected.
Well, I'm sure traders are just as on their hands in on their toes, just because they're trying to stay agile. They don't want to get trapped on one side of the trade if a piece of news drops and drastically turns the market in another direction. We heard that just a few days
Exactly.
ago. The war's over and the market rips. But not even a real
Hmm.
rip. It's just like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it was good, but not like if it was a factual news event coming from like a big news provider, Fox News,
Exactly.
you know.
Yeah, it's not even real headlines. It's just somebody said something.
Yeah, because last week that the war being over that Trump said, to now, I mean, not a whole lot has changed. As a matter of fact, I mean, we're still attacking them, and now they're talking about putting 1,000 troops on the ground.
Yeah, and then you see an article about a ceasefire, and then 20 minutes later, there's a bomb reported. It's hard. It's hard to believe anything. Yeah, sounds like fake news. Agreed. Agreed. But
That's
I'm going into this afternoon very well on the trading day. Breezy and I hit some nice trades last night. Caught a trade with Mike
yeah,
this morning, and then I took profit on this short with you right before I hopped on. So great day trading wise overall.
nice.
I know
Damn,
some of
John.
these guys made some incredibly good money on gold last night while we were streaming.
Nice. Oh, thanks, Nacho.
Absolutely killer entry on the short.
Yeah, my first entry on it, stunk. So I'm glad I got out and waited for it to pull back some more before I went after it.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm just curious if we can break that Friday's low on your chart at this point. At this point, otherwise it might just be a full hour of what we're used to during this lunch hour. It's tough because, like you said, we're right smack dab in the middle of that last news candle. No real long term bias at the moment, so just play what it gives you. Damn, Jaja, I'm almost. You're up almost $2,000 of a day. Heck of a day. I love this short as long as we can stay under that like 380 to 400 range.
Hmm.
Should be good.
Yeah, I don't want it to get above 377 or 380, like
Yeah.
you said. I wanted to stay
Mm-hmm.
below so that we get the continuation. We're in New York lunch. Can they give us a little bit more of a fade?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Oddly, though, the options chain is tilted to the long side today.
Interesting.
At least on the IWN, it is. Let me look at the SPY.
I not want to be touching options right now, personally.
Yeah, I'm staying away from options just because, I'm not getting the moves I normally like, and I'm having to pay a premium more than I like to.
Yeah, I'm sure the IV is juiced right now.
It's kind of mediocre right now.
Mm.
Not as bad as the morning session, to be honest with you. So about average, like the normal session is. But yeah, like on the SPY, it does look like we are more tilted towards the downside somewhat. What about SPX? My Tesla selling, breaking lows. Probably see that translate into the NAS. Probably break that Friday low. That Friday low is at 24,333.
I'm almost thinking about re-entering with you at 380, but it's just play the top of this little range.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, I think it's worse when you're already in a trade because it's even more boring than when you're waiting for a trade.
Yeah, you're kind of just sitting there.
Yep. Like
I mean, structure looks like it should go down. It's just a matter of if we can get out of this range.
yeah, you just need
Everything's
the.
pointing to the downside to me.
Mm-hmm. Just need the longs to cover, and this thing will teleport down.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if we can close below like 330, 340, it should get a nice little drop. The only thing I'm worried about is if we get this drop, I just would hate to see it get bought back up in a second like it has been.
Yeah, that's the hazard to this thing.
Yeah, it seems like every time we sweep like a key area, you get that massive pullback before the next leg. But you got a lot of room with your stop, so you should be fine. What was
You
Mike
should
calling it
be
this morning?
fine.
Stop gains, not stop loss, stop gains.
Is
I was
that what
cracking
he's
up. He's like,
calling it?
we don't say stop loss here. That's negative thinking. I was cracking up.
Oh, you already know. Can't stop, won't stop.
A chance to mess around with TradeC last night. That
Yeah.
is such a cool platform. It has this
Are you digging it?
AI integration. You don't have to search for indicators or anything. I literally just typed in add VWAP to my chart, clicked enter, and then VWAP just magically appeared.
Wow.
Yeah, you can do so much cool stuff with it. Like I was messing around. I just said add 1 hour pivot points on there, drew some lines. Like it's insane what we're gonna be able to do with that platform.
Yeah, having those kind of tools are definitely cool, to be able to, apply indicators and just query
Mhm.
something like that, a smart engine, and be like, why is this? And it just, apply it or explain it on the fly. Invaluable.
Exactly.
You don't have to pivot to another screen or another tab.
Well, and what's nice
Like,
too is I don't think you need to have like Trading View Premium to have multiple things on your chart. As far as I can tell, you can just keep adding stuff, subtracting stuff. It's really cool. And you know how on TradingView, if say you want to put an EMA on, there's a million indicators on there, and you got to find the right one, tweak the settings on this. It's so cool. You can just tell it exactly what you want. It spits it out.
mm,
You're gonna love messing around with it.
I'm looking forward to it. That's for sure. I'm looking forward to playing around with it. I think it's gonna be a fun tool.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, and people weren't kidding when they said it's basically like Project X but better. That's my experience so far.
Well, I can't wait to get my account.
Yeah, we should all have them. All of our coaches should have them very soon. We'll be able to show it off. I'll do some kind of tutorial on it too for everybody, get everybody up to speed. It'll be cool to see what our traders do with it. There'll be a million different indicators and stuff on these charts soon.
Hey, that's the fun part about it.
Exactly.
I'll be back in just a second. Be right back.
Yeah, no worries. How's everybody in the chat room doing? Everybody green today? Are these indicators for Volumetrica? No, it is for TradeC. It's a new platform we just launched. So it's super cool. It's that 380 level that we're talking about. If we pump above 400, could just be a full retrace. So make sure you got your stops and profit if you're in with us. That's how I felt when I first started trading. You have all these lines, you do all this stuff, and then as soon as you click the button, it just rockets the other way, no matter what.
Welcome to this crazy market.
Mm-hmm.
That might be it. Might be done with the sell. Jeez, man, I tell
Yeah,
you.
but that 380 to 400 level came fast. Hopefully we can just tap 400 and get right back down to this range, or else yeah, it might be done. And then the day is just truly going to be a ranger.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not over yet. I mean, either way, that's what, like 60 points, 70 points.
Yeah.
We're up right
Yeah.
now. I mean, that's a hell of a trade inside of a range. Most people would kill for 60 points. I remember when I first started trading, I was happy with 5-10 points. I thought I was a genius.
It gets like that though.
Oh, wow.
Oh wow. Okay, there's the
Okay.
volatility.
Yeah, wow.
Dang, almost
Volatility's
took me
back.
out.
That's crazy. I wonder if that was some news or just a pure price action.
Well, we are out of our trade. Hmm.
That was aggressive.
Yeah, that was aggressive. Like, what
Man,
was that?
as soon as we broke that 380, like we said, just game over. Pretty wild. Yeah, I'm looking at the longer time frames, and it's just going back and forth and back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
There's no real structure. We are holding that bottom level, but it's a tough one today. Let me see if there's any news that came out. Iran reiterates that the strait won't return to its previous state. So someone from Iran is talking right now.
Yeah, well, they
But
were
they're not.
saying that they wanna retain control of the strait. So
Yeah, I
they're
saw that
not.
earlier.
Yeah, it's like a non-negotiable for them. So
Mhm.
yeah, reparations for damages that were incurred during the war. You know.
LT, everybody should have access to get a Tracy account soon, if not right now. I don't think you'll be able to switch, but you'll be able to, any new accounts you'll be able to use. I'm
Man,
just
that
paper
big
trading with it right
old
now, trying to learn it. And if Bulls can hold this 400 area, I don't see any reason why we don't push out. Yeah, these daily candles are pretty gross, man. Especially yesterday, today, right now too.
dollar's kind of starting to pull back some. Man, are you kidding me?
Last night and today. Yep. Whenever I see candles like that, I know we've been saying it, but it's protect your gains, take your gains when you see it, protect your capital. It just screams indecision to me, which makes sense with we're waiting on headlines.
That's a huge bid on Bitcoin right there to the upside. Crude oil holding up well though. Gonna re-enter that short. That took forever. Dang, Ja. Man, you're killing it, bro. Give you
Yeah,
my
save some money for the
login.
rest of us. Jeez.
Yeah, I didn't give him my login to my accounts. My
Two cons
algo.
only, two micros? Or two minis? I was gonna say, that's crazy. Good stuff, good stuff. Great gains.
5 points. Nice. That's all it takes. 5 points. You clip it. That's a good thing about Ninja Traders. You can set up at the money take profits and stuff. So as soon as you take your trade,
Mhm.
those targets just get put in. I remember that was the one thing I did like about Ninja Traders. Features like that. You don't have that stuff with TradingView. Not easily,
No,
at
definitely
least.
not.
Wow, getting out of this.
It looks like we're gonna get a little upside movement here. That was worth a
Well,
shot, though.
seen that. Yeah, I was hoping that we would hold under the 200, but doesn't look like it.
How much weight does a 200, in your opinion, hold when we're just like kind of going back and forth like this, compared to
You
like a trend day?
don't get a lot of chopper on the 200. So if you're looking for, a better opportunity for like a scalp trade, or, if you want to catch the big move, the 200 is kind of where it starts. And I
Right.
find that you can add a bunch of confluences, like, like right now you've got all the EMAs, wrapped under it. So, for me, I don't think you'll see the upside until the EMAs catch up and get above the 200. So really, these are just pullbacks, for the next leg down, because you still have the EMAs down here. So, that's kind of how I play with them, and then especially like during the midday session, you need something that has the most amount of that's legitimate enough that you could trade off of it at this time of day, so you don't get chopped up as much, kind of focusing on the less is more, kind of strategy at this time of day.
Mm-hmm. What do you say? What do you have on there? You have VWAP to 200. What else is on there?
So, like on this chart right here, you're basically looking at this right here, this yellow line right here. That's the 200.
Okay.
There's a white gray line that's right here as well. That's VWAP. This is the 9 EMA right here, and this is the 26 right here.
Okay. I used to use the 9 and the 21 a lot. 26. I haven't heard that. But the nine is great for nice holds on scalps. Like short-term trend.
Definitely. Yeah, and then I've got them color coded so that, you know, you trade off of whatever color is on top. So like in this instance right here, you got the 9 above and it's red, so it means you should be in a short trade. Once the 26 crosses over, then you'll have the green above, which you can kind of see it here. If you go down to like the 1, you could see that now it's already crossed over, and that's where you
Yeah.
should be long on this now.
Right. Yeah,
Just
there's a
ways
little
I've
push.
mhm.
Two bulls can do it. Anybody long right now? Anybody pivot when we kind of flipped our levels? 444 rug. Was that last night? I think didn't we get rugged at 444 last night?
I think we did.
Yeah. Then we finally broke through. Yeah, that's what it was. I remember I gave poor RQ a level to go long at and missed by 2 points.
Oh my god.
It was right at Asia Open. I said, all right, here's our little lotto for Open. Literally missed it by 2 points and then ran 100. Oh, that's hilarious. That's funny. If you are long, I'm looking for 470 and then 500. Actually, 455, 470, 500. If it's going to go to the top of the range. If we can break 500 with conviction, we should get a nice. We should actually pump out of this area. I'll drop my levels in the chat just so you guys can see it. And those fibs I have drawn are just from the after hours news pump yesterday. So I'm kind of anticipating that's our daily range. It's funny, I closed charts yesterday, Riz, after Power Hour to watch Becky's lab.
Mm-hmm.
Looked back half an hour later and we were like 300 points up. I was like, what the hell is going on?
Insane, man. Did you have 3Gs already? You better call
Yeah,
it.
right?
Yeah, no kidding, man.
It's time for one of those bad boys, Jaja. You deserve it. You know what? A nice cold beer feels great after a nice winning day. Also feels great after a big losing day.
Yeah, sometimes a nice ice cold beer is just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, exactly. Agreed. $3K, man. That's a hell of a day, though. Good job. Now, the hard part is actually stopping and not giving it back, no matter what you see.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are on Tradeovate, they have that nice lockout feature. I've been abusing it. One account hits my goal, boom, it's done till the next day. No questions asked. But that is why I like to keep multiple accounts.
Supposedly, right now, Iran has not officially denied the offer the U.S. has made for peace talks. So
Same.
that there's a reporter reporting that he heard that from Iran leadership and stuff. So
Gotta love that. The more he said, she said stuff.
oh my god, I hate this rumor, hey, my homeboy's sister's cousin's brother's friend,
Right.
heard at lunch that, yeah, man, if I wanted that, I would trade crypto. If I want that kind of,
Seriously.
if I want this kind of like baloney, I will trade crypto all day long. If I want I don't watch soap operas, I don't watch reality TV shows for that main reason, I don't find them entertaining.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like we're trading an altcoin right now. We're like, all right, everything is bullish. Let's get in, and then boom, 200-point drop. Gotta love it. Just reminder to cover your butt.
Yeah, it feels like, nowadays you really have to have your ear to the news. You know, it's super important to have a decent news feed in your ear so you can hear what's being said or what's going around the interwebs and stuff like that. 444 is tempting you. You ready to short that or what? It is, right? It's tempting to want to short this. It's looking at me right in the face. Short me. Short me.
I'm having a tough time looking at shorts until we break some structure back below.
You know, I'm not even really looking for much. Maybe just a pullback to 404, you know, get it back under the orb
Yeah.
low, you know,
I got
scalp
my
it
eye
to
on that
that.
level. Yeah, like 404 to 410 is kind of. I want to see a pullback to there and see how we react.
Maybe we'll have some buyers step in there and carry us back up, make up some of this sell.
I mean, the VIX is at 26 almost right now too, so this makes sense.
Although the Dixie is still on its trend line to the upside, has not given it up. So it could bounce here. But you probably get that upside, it looks like, though. This is the real question, you know, will we hold that orb low? Hmm.
All right, there's a little pullback. Let's see what happens.
Mhm.
Steve's repetitive made me a better. Yeah, I've never even seen that honestly before him. Kind of cool.
Yeah, it looks like Steve's wrinkles are all fired up to the upside. Get that pullback and then went for
Yeah, I mean,
it.
I'm still thinking we pump up, but it's just tough. You got to wait for the pullback that you think is not going to happen to get in. Would be my advice.
Ain't you right?
Every time I have an idea of where I want it to pull back, and I go, no way it can do that. Does it every time.
Uh-huh.
But I'll tell you, these fibs from that news scandal from after hours are holding insanely well. We've got about 15 minutes left in the lunch hour.
Mm-hmm.
The hourly candle is not showing me anything that it hasn't been doing all day. So that's always fun.
And we're right at my breakout spot too. This 24,440 was my breakout spot from this morning.
Yeah, I definitely see that. And then we got 4 hours. The 4 hours is barcoding too, but 4 hour resistance at 55. So if we can push through that zone, we should get a nice move.
Yep. And the trend is bullish on the time frames from the 1 all the way to the 30. So the only time frame that you onward that it's bearish is the 1 hour.
Yeah, I agree. They teased everybody with those shorts though. Big move, then we just based for an hour.
Yeah.
I don't usually play patterns too much, but pretty sure this is a cup and handle.
You know, the funny thing is on the 2 minute, it looked like we just worked our way out of a W, like a little W.
Yeah, I was looking at the 3 minute, kind of seeing the same thing.
The ABW right there, and we're just flagging out of it right now.
Mm-hmm. So definitely some multiple confluences that we are looking for a breakout. But again, until we get out of this choppy structure in the longer time frames, it's just going to be more of the same. Especially with the dailies looking at it is. That's why you get these random 40-point moves out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm looking for bulls to hold that 404 to 410. You mentioned 404. I've got 410. We go down, wick back up off of that. Should be smooth sailing.
So is this the reload for the long? Let's try this. You say, Justin, or should we wait for a further pullback, see if we can get a retest of 404?
I'd be okay going in on a light position. I would not be going full size here, though. I'd love to see that 404 to 410 level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the 410. That's a 26. I'll give you a nice little bounce spot.
Mm-hmm. And then my crossover to flip bearish would be about 380. Somewhere down there. What about you guys out there? Are you looking at anything specific you want us to take a look at? Especially when we're just kind of watching the market move sideways. We are here to answer questions.
I don't know. That 5 minute looks gross right there, though.
Yeah, the 5 kind of looks like a head and shoulders almost. Like it's forming. And that's the definition of choppy range trading, when a lot of the different time frames tell you different stories. So
Yeah.
here's that area of interest. I'm personally not
Mhm.
going to take this. I want to see how it reacts. I'm not too confident in it at the moment.
Mm-mm.
This is kind of what I call forward testing. It'd probably be a good idea to switch to paper for this if I wanted to take it, but just having my mental TP and stop loss and seeing if it works or not. This is where bulls need to step in if they're going to do it. So if you guys did happen to take the long down here, I put my stops 395, 400, but perfect bounce. Yep. Good to know. Good to know. Always nice to
Yeah.
see analysis. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just scalped that bounce off the 200 right there. Went up
Oh,
to
you
like
took it.
nine
Nice.
cons. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I stacked
I
into
was
it
I
in
was
threes. So I was like three,
I was
three,
too
three.
busy watching my chart. Good, good. Glad you got it, man. That's awesome.
Yeah. Took profit on three at 404, and then another set. Wait, yeah, and then at 413.
Perfect. Now we just want to see a push past that like 440 level you mentioned, and then it's off to the races. I think 420, 440, 470 would be my PTs.
Yep. We got 7 minutes till the end of New York lunch. So let's see if we get a little rip here coming out of New York lunch.
Mm-hmm.
Looking pretty good so far. Moving my
Yeah, good stuff.
stop.
Good stuff. And I'm glad we were able to get at least a couple trades. The last week or so, we've just been sitting here watching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, give us this nice little push out. Oh, there's TP, one of the TPs. Push it up, pump it up, guys.
That's right. You got to know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. I need that for my soundboard. I don't have that. I don't have pump it up.
Be a good one for the soundboard
Yeah,
for
it
sure.
would.
There you go.
Oh man, you could hear that one?
Yeah.
I was looking for it.
All right. We're
I
right
can't
back in
find
the
it though.
consolidation zone
Yeah, pump
again.
those numbers up. Those are
Freaking. So if you guys are in, put your stop loss at like break even or just with whatever you're comfortable with, just in case. So we basically hit our resistance, and now want to see if bulls have enough juice to get us out of here right at the hour change. Yeah, if that 440 area goes, it could be we could run 20-30 points quickly. But it's been a damn wall. Actually, over 440 is very, very wicky. I'm just looking at the 30-minute chart. A lot of liquidity up there.
Oh, we're gonna get that pump. And I found it. So now we got it. Oh man, we're gonna get stopped on this. Don't tell me that.
Yeah, I mean, I keep saying it, but it's tough to take these middle range trades without continuation. I don't like trimming too fast, but I mean, this is a take your money and run market for the most part.
Yep.
But you know what? I was able to make a couple $100 with you, so overall, it's a win.
Yeah. But we talked about the range earlier that, most likely we'll end up in that range. And looks like that's kind of ringing true, staying on the lower band of it. Unfortunately, we didn't really take out the lows, or highs.
Yeah,
But
I think it's going to take a true headline to get us out of here.
yeah, we could get that volatile move towards 444. You're right. I mean, we're kind of like, we're all just coiled up for it. I mean, you could see that right here. Look at the two. Last 30 minutes just coiling up price. You can see it right here in the 15-minute. We're in a pretty small range, but maybe less than 100 points.
Mm-hmm.
It's gross. Not giving you any structure on this at all, but none of these moves are organic. This is all just
Yeah, they're just
price.
impulse moves, liquidity impulse moves. That's all we're getting.
Yeah, and then your algos that kick in just to react.
Exactly. All right, here's our hourly change. See if we get something.
Yeah, maybe we can get that push up. Stop me out. That's true. There's like a trend line here that we're trying to break, though.
Jaja, you can't stop, man. Money printer is on today for you.
Nice. Yeah, you gotta love that when you got the charts and you got a good read on them. That's when you want to just attack.
Well, you know what they call athletes when they're in their flow state? I believe it's real with charts too. You can't explain it, but you just know exactly what's going to happen sometimes.
Yep.
All right, Riz, I got some things I got to do. Enjoy your last hour of your session. Always a pleasure hanging out with you. Glad we made some money. And I'll be back on here tomorrow with you guys.
Most definitely. Thanks for hanging, Justin. We will see you tomorrow. I'll see you later this afternoon.
Yep, absolutely. See you, man.
See ya. All right. And if you guys didn't catch it, Makaram actually dropped in the chat yesterday our announcements that Trade C is live. So we've soft launched Trade C, a new platform from Rhythmic. That's right. So check it out on our dashboard. So we've got some cool features on that built-in AI engine and trading coach. So there's that. Also, we've got our March Madness sale going on, so don't forget that. March Madness sale is going on, so that's 25% off all evals. So you're looking for a discount, we got that. If not, keep your ears peeled. We should have some other great sales going on. GG's, Ja. GG's. Man, so what are we gonna do now? They pushed us down, they brought us back up. I'm out, I'm in, I'm out, I'm side to side. I don't even know anymore. Or is this just a bull trap to send this thing lower? That's the only thing that gets me about this. The price action has been just so wicky lately. Yeah, that's one reason why I haven't really been trading the early Asia session. I've been kind of chilled out on it because I was getting whipsawed. I wasn't getting the normal moves. So I was like, all right, I'm going to just chill. They got my number. They got my number, you know. It's either that or I gotta have a big stop on it. And that's not my risk management. Some tomfoolery going on. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Look, they're gonna put that short back in play because that's what it looks like. Getting us under the EMAs here on the 3. Will we hold it? Will we hold the 404 this time, or are we gonna give it up? Looking kind of weak. But it looks like it wants to turn like on the 5. It looks like it wants to break down. It's already under the 200 now. Here, let's switch over to the 5 here on the chart so y'all can see what I'm seeing. See the EMAs already they were crossing, but now they've already reconverged again. So now it looks like we're gonna get the sell now. Can we get the short? Let's go for the short. That would have been good right there. That's 33 bucks, 40. Let's take that. All right. Let's see if it pulls back on us some more. And don't tell me I should have held that. I'm gonna feel real dumb if I should have held that longer. Yeah, it looks like the trend is definitely all turned. Like all the time frames have already turned to the bearish side. I should have held onto that short. What did I get out at? 94. Mm-mm-mm. I got out right here. This is where I got out. Let's see if we pull back to 404 and I'll re-enter the short. I actually wouldn't mind getting. Oh no, we got it at 387. All right, let's try this now. There's the 4. Come on. Just a few points down. Give me another $30 or so. Just a little scalp down. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get it back under there. All right, let's go. I'm gonna lower this. I'm gonna lower the sell. Put it down at 382. See if we can scalp that. It's at $25 though, but I think we're gonna get lower though. Should I put my stop in just to protect it? So if I get stopped out, fuck it. No, no, no. We're just gonna let it go. Come on, give me a little bit more. Give me a few more points. Come on. Do it. Do it. Do it. Come on. Come on, give us that push. Stop it. Stop being shisty. Oh my God. I have to get out of this. Maybe I should I'll put my buy stop just in case. We're just trying to scalp this. So I'm not going to let this go against me. We get stopped, and we're out. Oh, we're still in this. Oh my God, come on. You were close to it. Come on. Keep dumping it. Let's go a little lower. Boom, and we're out. And we're out. Justin's right, got to take those points. Can't let those points get away from us here. All right, let's see what's next now. That was a pretty good exit, man. 382. That wasn't bad. That's pretty solid right there. I wonder how much further they're going to take it, though. Will they give us that Friday low again? Or will we get the intraday low, which is down at 24,287? Let's see if we get a little bit of a pullback. Let's see if we get back to 404 again, and we'll short it again. So come on. Do something. Stay there. Give me that silly look like I got something wrong with me. Like I got something wrong with me. Oh my god. Uh, maybe they're gonna buy this thing. I don't know. How far could they take it though? Could they be done with the sell? Let's stop. Let's reevaluate this. Let's see if anything might be materializing. Do we see a pattern though? Could this turn into something? What's up, Mr. Positive? How you doing, bro? Good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great day. All good. Awesome. Yeah, we've had a pretty good morning. We've gotten some decent scalps. Gotten stopped in the money a couple of times. Didn't take profit. Waiting for a bigger move to materialize. But you know the game. You know the game. Yep. Give a little, and hopefully you get a lot more than you give. So yeah, we're just kind of waiting now. Just had a short I was in. Took profit on it. Probably should have flipped long right when I got my take profit. I should have probably put a sell or a buy. So I could have just flipped, went from the sell, went into the buy, and then I'd already be long and I'd be gelling. Got some decent moves today, better than yesterday. Yesterday I was a little like, day before yesterday, honestly, I didn't even want to trade, be honest. I think that's why we went over the tools and we went on the charts and we're working on indicators. I enjoyed that, to be honest with you guys. I really did enjoy working with AI, with you all, and building some indicators. I'd like to work on it more. Maybe we'll do that another day, maybe tomorrow or something. A day that we have a little bit more chop. Dang, Blask. Dude,
What's up,
killing
Russo?
it. What's up, Blasky? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you.
Yeah, got a couple minutes here for my next meeting, but I was I hit my goal for the day, and I was like, let me just play off of I think it was like a 4 4 4 or something like that at 8 9 10 11 at 11 a.m. and then I was like, let me just take that, go long off of it. Maybe we'll get. Then she flipped all the way negative, down 150 points or whatever, and I was like, oh. And so all those many
Yeah.
trades are just small little scalps to try to make all of it back, and then back at my goal, shut my trading off. I'm done for the day.
Nice. Congrats.
Yeah, not too bad. Just, I'm really fighting myself on greed. My goal is 200, 250 a day. And I want to make more. I want to make more, right? But, when you're spread out across a few accounts, it helps. Just that's my goal, 4K a month.
That's good. I like it. That's doable. That's all you need. It keeps the job away.
Exactly. Well, I'm still in the background, but in between meetings and whatnot. So
So would you shoot for about $300 to $400 a day?
200, that's like my dead set goal, but I think I'm moving it to 250 now.
Cool. I like that. It's the key to success.
Yeah.
At least at the beginning, until you build up and you have until your war chest is that big, then you can start doing that, but you got to have a bigger war chest and be able to handle the losses.
Yeah. I want to ride more on like Mike's trades to practice holding things for longer. As you can tell, I put stop losses in really fast, so it doesn't really go much distance for me. But yeah, I know we call them stop gains, or what were you calling them earlier? Maybe I'm frozen or something. But yeah, I'll stop gains. But yeah, yeah, I'll drop off myself. I don't know. If you're talking, maybe it's my audio or something.
Definitely. Yeah, it was good talking to you as well.
Absolutely, my good sir. Stay safe, trading. What I noticed even last night too, this market's moving in 100-point increments. Oh, shots, Steve. But if you start looking at it, right, we were up at like 520, dumped to
Mhm.
420. Then for 420, dumped to like 290. There's not a 100-point move, 110-point move. Then from 290 went all the way back up to the 30s, 330s, I think. And then yeah, so it's kind of like moving at 100-point, like you see at 9, 10,
Mhm.
11, 12, 12, 20. Bottom of that was like
Mhm.
350. Where did it rip up to? 450. And then now 450 is the top of this little bit. And then we went down to 375. I don't know, kind of interesting. That's what I'm watching right now. Yeah. All right. GG's. Stay safe, stay smart. Hold it up,
You got
everybody.
it.
And the day on a green note. I don't know if there's any more news, but at this rate, every who knows? Anything could be news right now. Yeah. Cheers.
And what are we gonna do here now? Just like Blasky said, it's like 100-point ranges. We level to level. You know, Probably that's why you're seeing like these 4-hour ranges working out so well. I mean, that's exactly what happened here. We played right within a 4-hour range of support and resistance to a T. Had a couple of breaks below it to where you could have taken that, probably to the long side to get back into it. You would have gotten a few points out of it. If not, just take long at the bottom, and then take take profit there at the top of the range, but probably trail your stop. But the bulls are starting to catch that bid again. Is this just a slight pullback, before we get the continuation? Looks like Steve's Renko's have already printed up a couple of candles to the upside. Get that fourth candle. So I don't know. I like that as a confluence, What about here on the one? Oh lordy. Oh. Can we get that continued push? Man, I'm gonna need to get a standing desk. I'm getting tired of just sitting down all day. To be honest. Oh man. I am getting kind of tired of sitting down so much. Those articulating desks would be nice. You know that? Doo-doo-doo. I'm just kind of waiting right now. I don't want to go for the long now, since on the 1 minute it looks like we're going to close above the 200, or maybe we're not. But like I should have taken that long now. Instead of sitting here on the fence on it. Very meta is getting a boost. Yeah, there's that 26 pullback. I should have gotten into. Let's see if we get a pullback into the or below. They're at 24.27. We'll put a buy limit there. We'll keep an eye on it and see if it'll give us a little bit of a pullback. Retest that and continue upward. I'm probably not going to catch up fill on this, that, truth be told. And there it goes. There's a lot of volatility right there on that candle. I want to see that pullback though. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I'm willing to be patient on this. Let it come back to me. Man, I just hit my limit with Claude again. Oh my God. Dude, I swear to God, I can't ask this guy anything. Since I started these projects I've been working on with him, I keep using all my data with it. Even my LMN with my LLM with Gemini. Like I have all these APIs it's been working on, and it like just puttered out like this morning. Like right now, I have no idea when it'll be free that I can talk to it again. It is so upsetting. That's a good idea. You know that? I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, I'm working on some different stuff. I think I'm going to move over to DeepSeek. I'm going to use DeepSeek 3. I found a provider that'll let me have access to yeah, I think I am. That's why, because I'm starting to, I'm starting to build more and more stuff, and I want something to do. I want to automate a lot of my processes. You know, that's honestly what I want to do. Dude, put her sell in there real quick. This might just get crazy. Oh, I don't want to sell this. Some volatility, a lot of volatility, actually. We got a pretty good bid on it, but Lambo just fired off. I don't like that algo. That thing always says that it's going to sell. We bearish or bullish this hour? Let me see. For the hour, we're bearish. So we're only bullish on the 5, the 15, and the 30-second. That's the only time frame that we're currently bullish. The 1 minute just turned bullish. But it's been like that though. The smaller time frames have been fighting. What's the long-term outlook? Like, what do you mean? Like for the rest of the afternoon or for the rest of the week? I mean, we got news events going on, so don't forget that. You've got what? Housing. So tomorrow you got jobless claims. That's a big one. That's happening in the pre-market. So that's an hour before market open. So you've got that huge news going on. You got some Fed speakers. So basically, you got jobless claims in the morning. That'll be really, really important. Everybody's looking at that. And then Friday, you've got what? You've got wholesale numbers. You got retail inventories. You got Michigan inflation numbers. I think that Michigan on Friday, that'll be important. So I think tomorrow, between job numbers and, Friday, you've got Michigan sentiment coming in. I think that'll be important. For the end of the day, I was leaning more bearish, to be honest with you, for the end of the day. I'll be honest. That was kind of the way I've been leaning, is bearish. The Bulls want to take it, but they just haven't been able to take it and really turn over the trend. So it really gives the brains to the Bears to step in and just bring on their parade, if you will. We're kind of in a range though right now, so it's kind of like a you're close to where we could break out. That's the problem with where we're at right now. Is if this goes, it means you're going to have a volatile move to the upside, and that's the problem with where we're at right here. Is that all of a sudden you've got 448 right here, right? This is a big area of interest right here. That opens up 481 then, right? So you have all these massive levels, and then all of a sudden you got the quick jaunt to 526, and then you're off to the races again. You're heading to all-time highs. So that's the problem with where we're at right now. This is almost like reminiscent of the way it was like years from first term. We were like at these crazy all-time highs, and he would constantly screw up the trend because he didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say to affect the market. So whatever would come out of his mouth would just affect the market with whatever, whether good or bad. So that was like the first term. And this year, it seems that the people that are advising him are keeping the reins on what to and not to say. So, or if he's going to say anything affected in the manner that frames the mindset he has, or whoever his lobbyist is paying him to do it. It's probably more the right way. Although we do have some we're up for the day. We're up what, 1% for the day on the market. So I really don't think we're going to go anywhere. There's really no reason to, unless some other news comes out. Kill zero DTE, scalp the range at this point, and just hold your stops. I really don't have any expectation towards the latter half of the day, being that we're already green. I don't think we're going to make any substantial moves other than what we've already done. He is making the money though. You have to kind of look at it. You know, the bankers and all those investors are in the White House daily. So they're sitting in there with them in the Oval Office. So whenever he's making his statements, he's already been coached by the people that this is all of interest to. So you have to realize that that's kind of like happening there. So, it's the same thing. It's the same thing that's always happened, except we just know about it now, and it's right there for everybody to see, what's happening. We just got to make sure that we're on the right side of the trade and we don't fight the trend, you know. So I'm flip flop. I've flip flopped a bunch of times today. I don't think we'll go anywhere. Obviously, buyers have been in control of the market for the day, so it looks like a bullish day. So to deny that and to fight the trend is, to be ignorant. So, you have to stay on that side for the time being until the Bears show up and show their cards and show that they're going to take it away from the Bulls. Yeah, you never know. We might get some news that'll move the market, you know. I mean, overall, we look at the heat map, and the heat map looks good for us for something like that, you know. You'd have to look through the tickers and really start saying, well, you know, who might be that outlier that'll give us that, you know, mega FU candle to the upside, you know? You know, the dollar is selling. And let's go through the tickers. You got MBDA. So, you know, there is some room for Nvidia to reclaim to the upside. You know, you've got a few dollars to reclaim to get back to 181. You know, what else do we have? MSFT. So let's take a look at Microsoft, see what Microsoft is doing. You know, it's at the bottom of a bear flag, kind of dangerous. You know, if you want that upside push, you need the Mag 7 to not look like this. So, you know, take a look at Amazon, you know, riding a nice trend to the upside. You know, I heard Meta had some good news, right? They're going to cut some of their marketing division and stuff, so they're moving some of their staff out to bring in the AI agents in. So that might give you more of that upside push. Let's see, who else could we go to? Google or Apple? All right, let's take a look at Apple. Well, Apple usually has some volatility towards the latter half of the day. So let's see. Yeah, yeah. You know, Apple right now is in the middle of a bearish order block. So if you can slice through this, you should get a nice rip. Although the battle to get above 255 is going to be long and hard. So don't know if that will be in the cards for us. What else? Google. The Googliest of the oogliest, right? Is that the right? All right. Yeah, I got the right. Okay, bottom side of that, you know, channel as well. You know, it looks like it's on the bottom side of that bear flag as well. You know, can it get it back above VWAP? I don't like it being under VWAP. Looks weak, you know, more weak than strength to me. But we'll see. We'll see if any of these guys can give us what we want. Let's go back over to the Dixie. That's really what's got my eye. You know, between that crude oil, you know, those are the guys right there I want to see giving the market the upside push. And it looks like we're holding. There we are, 44, 43 now, holding towards the upside. Um, 456, make a wish. There you go, brother. Profits. Wishing for profits. Nice healthy push there to the upside now. Got a long way to go to the orb high, though. Orb high for the session is at 24,526. So if you're looking for upside, that would be your upside target right there. Roger Dodger. It's a nice move to the upside. Hearing that Caroline Levitt is talking. Damn, things still won't work. Four four five 4.75. How does this work? No trades logged in manager today. Oh, okay. And now if I there it is. Yep. Ready to promote it. And don't forget, guys, we've got a great podcast that's available on the interwebs. You guys can catch that on everywhere that you enjoy catching your podcasts. That's right. You can go today to Spotify, YouTube, Radio 365, and you can hear our Skycast podcast. I'll be dropping that link in the chat below for those of you all. Yeah, and if you guys want to be on that show, stop in on Mondays because Monday during the midday show we actually record that. So if you got questions or want to come out, we're more than glad to bring any of you guys on our Skycast with us. So we'd love to have you all, and I'll make sure I drop that in the links below. Where is it? Link episode, and there it is. Navy Federal still making deposits on payday for shutdown affected employees. That's great. That's good to hear. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that is actually working. It's people deserve to get paid. Nobody deserves to be out there working and not getting paid. That's jacked up. Oh yeah, they will get it back eventually. Oh lordy, 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 lordy. Now we're getting that sell. There's a nasty rejection off of that 481 mark. Man, all those bulls all stuck on that can. That is an ugly topping side candle, right? That's gross. What does a 10-minute look like? They're just gonna range this thing, man. They're not gonna let this thing do anything. Let's see how much further they stuff this thing. We're down here. Let's see if they take us down to 427. I kind of want to take the short on this. All right, there. Let's see if we'll hold that 4-hour support resistance. We've got 19 seconds on this 5-minute candle. All right, there's another $40 right there. Boom. Nice. Quick little scalp right there. I just don't know if it's going to hold and continue down. It's trying to scalp it though. Oh man, just to hold it a little bit longer. God bless. Ah. All right, so what are we going to do here? Will we hold this? Is this the good long spot now? Let's go for the long now. Let's see if we hold here. I just don't want us to fall under the 200 too much. Maybe I should have stayed in the short just to give back some of that money. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, I'm out of that. It's more than I want to lose. Got like 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's see how much lower we get. I'll reattempt the long, but I want to get a little bit lower. Oh, I'm gonna wait on this. It looks like the selling pressure is really, really, really kicking in now. I don't know if they'll buy this candle back. I think you'll have to wait another candle before they buy it. Still got like a minute and a half left on this five. I'm gonna wait till the next 5 minute candle before I attempt a long. Oh man, maybe hesitation is gonna kill the cat again. All right, this is the next 5 minute candle. All right, let's try this now. There she is. Oh, come on. Come on, buy it up some. Come on, we want to get 440. I want to get to 440. That's kind of what I'm eyeing right now. I want to get to that. And I'm gonna put my stop at 390. That's what we're gonna go for. Holding up pretty good so far. Pretty decent trade. Okay. It's 422. 15-second. We're trying to push the orb low. There's the orb low, 427. So if you guys have been following, there's that orb low again. Can we get 440 though? Come on. Man, you were so close to that. I'll put my stop in the money. Already lost a few bucks on that last previous trade. I don't want to let this go red. Well, we get 573. 573. I mean, we could get 448, you know? You could get all the way up there. I mean, at this point, we're just kind of ranging, trying to see if we'll hold. Come on. Pull that orb low. Let's go. Come on, push it. There she goes. There she. Oh my God. There it is. Look at that. There's your 58 mark. There's your 573. No, we still got a ways to go to 573. Nice. I love it when they hit my profit target. Beautiful. Beautiful trade right there. Look at that with 2 minutes left till the top of the hour. Insane volatility pushing the candle up to the upside and hitting our profit target for the day. Another great trade. How's everybody's trading day been for the day? You guys been doing all right? Everybody green? Everybody mostly green? Jot. I don't want to see that. Get that out of here. Cut that out. Show off. Congrats, bro. Hey, the link to buy me a coffee is in the chat below. No, I'm just kidding. Some great trades though. Yeah, it's been a great day. You know, we've had some killer scalps. You know, we've had some mediocre losses, you know, manageable losses we've recovered from, but overall, good trading day. So hope you guys are still ready for the rest of the day because believe it or not, the trading day is not over. You know, we got some fantastic coaches coming up here at the latter half of the day. We've got Coach Becky coming up. I think she's going to pop in a little late for the afternoon session. You made 45,000 between all accounts, evals funded and more evals. Wow. Congrats to you. That's pretty dang impressive, my friend. Yeah. That's some money right there. Get those payouts. I want to see you with our verified funded paid out roll. So I'm looking forward to seeing that on your profile icon. And let's see, do we have any announcements? No announcements, nothing. Yeah, let's support No. It is there for you guys, you know. Oh, well, there you go. There you go. All you got to do is just post it inside the chat. You missed the move on gold? Did we miss the move on gold? Crude oil is starting to catch a bid. Slow grind. Oh, yeah. Man, that is a pretty massive candle to the upside. Like a full, yeah, man, like $10 to the upside. Insane. And it's already given it all up, bro. It's already given it all up. Could have went short when you mentioned it. Could have went short when you messaged it. Oh my God, disgusting. It's that candle that they catch buyers. People are there and they're like antsy, and then they're like, "Oh, it's ripping. I'm gonna go long," and they're like instantly like, you know, $200 drawdown. Sad. It's a hard emotion to get over, right? Right? You're glad you didn't FOMO. Shh. Been there, done it. So you short it and you get that FOMO. You short it, man. You don't go long that, man. You short it. Dang. Okay. I guess they said no to that. Stuff this thing. Not letting it go nowhere. So rangy. Now, you guys be safe today with your trades and stuff. Make sure you stick to those rules. Don't break your rules. Don't move your stops. Just take your profits. It's so difficult to know, which way the market's gonna go though. I mean, we've been in this range since what? Coming out of New York lunch, 12:30, 11, yesterday morning. And we're back in that range that we've been in for a few days. Oh, welcome to the stage, Coach Becky. How's it going? Good to see you.
Hi, it's good. How are you? How's everyone? What's up, team?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I think everybody's doing. We're managing. We're making it through the midday.
Yeah.
Grabbed a few
Yeah, it's still like
scalps.
okay. Nice. Today feels similar to yesterday, similar vibe, like this, a gap up, like market closed basically yesterday, and then like this back and forth business.
Yeah, the end of the day was terrible yesterday. Yeah, no, I'll agree to that. I closed up
Yeah.
my charts pretty early yesterday. As a matter of fact, that was actually nice. Um,
Yeah. Nice.
but yeah, I mean, we're still doing exactly what you called out on Monday, which was trading within that big candles range on Monday.
Right. Yeah, oh gosh, when that day was closing, I was like, okay, this is a giant candle outsized, like driven by like chaos in the geopolitical madness. Yeah, this really fits with that read of like this a huge range to like fill back through. And also like if you draw a trend line on the daily, like we are buttoned up against it again with this move up and these little body candles here. So it's like it's going to be a fight. That candle, that energy on Monday caused some bullish energy, but then we're breaking lows day to on the daily chart. And so encountering resistance on this pull up makes sense because of that general overall larger picture direction. It's all on top of each other. But it's very interesting to see what will happen. I'm so curious how this week ends, with the potentially getting more information on this war situation on Friday, but that could be after market closes as well. It could be in the evening, right? So we'll see.
Yep. The other interesting thing is the weekly chart on Nasdaq. The weekly, the way it's looking now, it's looking like it's already on the reversal side of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Look at that.
So I mean, we still got 2 days to complete on it, but
Yeah. It's always interesting to look though, as it's like half baked of like, okay, what could happen? What could this look like? What could we be building? What would it look like to close bearish and bullish, and like what's the energy midday, midweek? But it could go any kind of way, you have a lot left going. Yeah, it's so winky, Jojo. And like the wick from Monday was a beast. Like it was like half of the candle was a wick on the top, which is a bearish aggression after that big pump. So that's interesting because are those bears like was that just like a gut reaction or is there real bearish strength and money there is the question on that big wick zone that we're in from Monday. When it slid down against that push on Monday, it wasn't like a fast aggressive slide. It was like it just slid back. And so it could be, be interesting to see if it breaks. You have a good day too, Mr. Positive. Nice to see you.
Mr. Positive, have a great day.
these days where we have like the early pushes away and back in, and we test resistances on the extreme, and then we're just kind of dancing in the inside. It's tricky area. Like it is a scalper's environment. Like I love that you said, you got some scalps, because that's kind of the day's energy, I feel like.
All there's been really is scalps,
Mm-hmm.
Early in the morning, we got a decent move, and then we had that decent sell coming out of New York lunch, and then it just no follow through. Market just stalls
Yeah.
out. But whatever
Yeah.
underlying asset there is. But I went through a few of the tickers, and you could kind of see it with like Google, Microsoft. They're all like at the bottom of a channel, and they look like bear flags. They look like a bear flag forming. It's either Google, NVDA, I think was at the bottom as well. Oh no. NVIDIA's like writing a trend line. Microsoft, I think was like that.
Yeah. Showing hesitation after a down move.
Yeah, see, there's Microsoft.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know. I can't say that it looks strong or healthy to me. And the dollar's holding, so it doesn't look like it wants to give up.
If it's in here, we have to be silent. Very good.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if those are bull flags on major, contributors to the general market. If they give out, that's definitely a setup for another leg down. And we have seen like those two flushes this morning at market open and then at the lunch hour there. Those were some strength. Those were some solid flushes. So it'll be interesting to see if we get another one. There was a little bit of an attempt, it seems like, what was that, 20 minutes ago? Some bears out of that morning supply as well. In general, I'm a little bit more in favor of the shorts today, but recognizing that we are like, there's definitely moves in either direction. We're pinging off of supply and resistance on this smaller time frame here in both directions intraday today. Until that breaks, there's plays from the extremes but harder to trust for a long-term move because of how it's kind of going inward on itself today.
Mm-hmm.
Gold is interesting. That really hasn't shown a lot of move. Like that was a nice push up yesterday. My alert popped and we broke the level, the 4,500. Nice push up, but then now it's just sort of hesitating. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
All right, go.
I want that rejection. I want to stuff it down. Take out the day's low.
Okay. Trying to see what you're in. Are you sure?
What are you shooting for? Are you looking upside? I'm
Me?
shooting downside. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking downside. I'm in favor of the downsides because the rejection we saw the 20 minutes ago, I was at an appointment right before I hopped on with you, so I wasn't at my screens to feel it out, but it seems like that was a nice rejection. Now we're hesitating, so I would be looking for another leg down on this short.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like how it's hesitating right at VWAP. That I feel like is such a choppy zone. Like it's on my VWAP chart is just right on it for the last 15 minutes. It hasn't hardly moved from it, so I don't love that.
Yeah, it's the right spot for them to break out and take it back up, but
Yeah.
it looks like just the bears have just been here, just taking it away from them. They have not let the bulls run the market.
Exactly. That's what I'm seeing too. Is like the bulls will give a retracement, but then the bears have done flushes, and they've done that 2 times this morning so far. And so in today's context, that's the bulls have been the retracement, and then the bears have had some energy behind them.
Mm-hmm.
And that could always flux, but that, that was the morning, and now we're hesitating in the middle. But we did see that third rejection here a bit ago.
Mhm.
I would like for it to break this consolidation though, because then I think that could be, confirmation of the next flush.
Mhm.
On ES, that would be a break below 66.48, 48 and a half. See on NQ 24,400 is the lower end of that flag here. That. Oh, no, don't share this. No, thank you. Yeah, I definitely do not prefer the gold chart right now. That's too much like wonking around.
Mhm.
Like any clean setups in there today.
Mom, that's color.
Mm-hmm.
You took that
Spring break.
Oh, ours was last week. Everybody's back at school. The house is quiet again.
Oh, I'm not there yet, my friend. We are in it. Yeah, we did a trip ahead of spring break because it was like good deals and whatever with I value trips for the kids. I think it's good exposing them to different cultures and places. But now like they got behind in their schoolwork, but now it's spring break and we're just home and they're home. So I'm like, I understand putting your trip on spring break, even though like the places are busier and it's a little more expensive because it's high traffic, but like they're not just home chilling. I don't know. Mixed feelings. All right,
Oh,
come
yeah.
on, Bears. What you you guys already talk about this, or was there news pre-market today? Because there was like a big kind of energy an hour before New York opened today, and I was watching it from like before I was up. That was a big candle at. So it'd be
Yeah, we had some
8:15.
fake news dropping about, peace talks and stuff.
Okay, I felt like that was probably it, but I didn't have the wherewithal or awakeness yet to hunt that.
No, just market manipulation.
Okay. It's definitely hesitating in here. I don't know. If it breaks above this consolidation, I don't know. Might be the sign of the bulls holding, but I haven't shown that break yet.
We still got like 2.5 minutes left on this 5-minute candle that looks like it's pushing upward.
Yeah, it's dancing.
See if I at
You can
least
stuff
get
it though.
green on this.
No, thank you. No, thank you. No, you need to finish your morning fruit first. You did not. It's on your plate.
Oh man.
Ah. Finish your fruit.
And I was so close to being break even.
There's two wicks. There's two strong wicks on the 5-minute chart 20 minutes ago now that have some bearish aggression in that push there. But if they, I don't know, it is pushing against them now. So what kind of range is that? 465 on NQ is the high of that wick zone. That would definitely be a sign of the bulls taking it, but
The bulls are trying. I mean, the 5-minute looks set up for it now for upside.
yeah, kind of curved.
Yeah. You got like 56 seconds left on this 5-minute candle.
It's not a strong body. We'll see. We'll see how it closes here. Yesterday we were having a lot of audio issues on the stream. I hope that people can hear us better today.
If you're having a bunch of audio issues, what I would recommend is end the stage and then restart it.
Okay.
So
we
just
didn't-
completely end it, and that usually clears up the audio issues. That's what I do in the morning, because like sometimes I take over with obviously I take over with Mike. But then what I'll do is if I notice it, like I've got a handful of people that just can't hear, I'll end the stage right then and there and restart it. And it clears up whatever screen share audio issues I end up having and stuff.
Yeah, we should have tried that. I wasn't sure it was as widespread as it was, but I think if there's any question, that's just what we need to do. And I need to talk to you too about if it's me or Matt, how we can get it back up streaming again beyond just Discord too. Like get it back on YouTube.
What we probably got to do is talk with Steve and find out whatever Steve is using to broadcast, if that can be done for us as well. That way we just screen share or cast and it'll pick it up, and then you don't have to worry about uploading it. You just have to make sure your screen share is live and you'll be live on the interwebs. So I mean, that's the other way we can do it. I don't really know how that process is being done. Unfortunately, I don't know how it's being broadcast.
Okay. Yeah, I don't either. And so I probably need to dig deeper into that. That way I can be able to manage it more effectively.
Yeah,
when you're
if we
not
had
here,
some
'cause
insight,
you're
that'd
my
be
tech
cool.
guy. You're my guy. I'll rely on you. You'll be like off doing your own.
Unfortunately, I don't have access to any of that side, so I can't adjust it. Like right now, the YouTube streams for Mike in the morning, you almost can't hear him. It's very difficult to hear him. So I've brought that up a couple of times, but unfortunately, I can't adjust it.
Oh shoot. Yeah. It's not a perfect science, there's so many factors that go into live streaming and having it cross across multiple things. Like it's not perfect. Ooh, that 5-minute did close with like it pushed down, and now we're countering it again. Goodness, mixing. You're like, yep. That was a nice close on the last one for the Bears, but immediately,
I'm
right
outta
as soon as the
here.
next candle opened, it's pushing
I need to
again.
get out of this. Would have been a nice long.
Yeah. Look at that little squeeze, a little pennant there. Yeah, that's a good chart, Breezy. It really did pull down to the VWAP and support, and it's tight right here. So if we break up or we break down, that could be a nice leg of it, I don't see it yet on this. But it's poking.
Probably will get a nice push to the upside on this thing now.
Yeah, it hasn't broken out with strength yet. But then if we do, the move's half over too. So it's like tricky to try and get the best entry but also get confirmation. Sometimes those things do not exist together.
Ready for the end. He's mentioned it. Report. Yeah. Boom. Yeah.
Really? Yes, doesn't have that huge wick. It's probably something in tech that did that then.
This is my view up one, and it's like, why? Like, it's just hesitated so bad here at view up with that, like, with this consolidation squeeze here too. So we'll see. We'll see if it will. She can break down.
No, this 5-minute candle opened above the prior, so this might just be the pullback, making the bottom side of the 5-minute candle. Well, hopefully it will be.
Yeah.
But she's dipping. Fuck. Oh man. Now the sell kicks in, I swear.
Yeah, she's faked it. She faked it good.
Mm-hmm.
Those last two candles showed some intent to push, but I think they were tests of that supply.
Lizzie or blow now again.
Breaks down, we could go back to like 36. There was a lot of support there on the, a couple hours ago, right around the start of New York lunch. There's a lot of support around 36. If this breaks, I think we could go back and retest that. And yes. NQ is similar though with the around 383 area-ish. Google just announced some negative news. It just popped up on my phone.
Did it?
Yeah, something about that. Found guilty in a liability case. Just news just hit. That will react here. I gotta get more in tune with the news. Like I'm trying to set some alerts on my phone to like ping me for stuff because, prior to a lot of the trading, there's so much fake and chaos and whatever. I try to tune it out, but it's so important now. Like in this day and age, where a tweet or a news story can really cause massive movement, I just can't afford to tune it out and stay safe. So I gotta dial in. Yeah, it's still. I mean, Google was pushing down before that news alert, but it's pushing again now. This looks like a break lower on And nicer, stronger confirmation here on the shorts.
Yeah, I just took myself out of that long. It went nasty against me.
Yeah. I think we could have a leg down here.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for, is that leg down earlier.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
with those last 3 5-minute candles to the upside, it looked like, okay, we're going up.
Yeah. Yeah, it gave signs that they were trying to hold there too, which is part of when it's in this like these fake signals on the small time frames. It's tricky in here. There's Wix on Robinhood and Webull. What? That's interesting. Different. The ES would look different across different platforms. I don't like that. Ew. Drives me crazy when my data gets coupled.
I wouldn't trade. I wouldn't trade period on Robinhood, let alone futures on that platform, unless you really don't know what you're doing. Webull, I've never really
Yeah.
had issues with Webull. I use Webull every day, but I don't trade futures on Webull because I don't like the margin. The margin's too high. It's not worth it. Neither of them actually. Robinhood and Webull's margin cost for mini micros is just stupid. It's like they think they're Charles Schwab. So
Mm.
much for making it accessible to people. Yeah, I
Crazy
used
Vivian.
to. I used to use Webull like that for like my zero DTEs and stuff, but they cut me off from crypto deposit and withdrawals because I used to use my casino winnings to fund that, and they blocked my withdrawals and deposits on crypto. So I don't use their platform anymore because of that. So I just stick solely to Webull now.
Mm. Yeah, I feel like you had consistency with Webull, which is great. I started in Robinhood.
And I like managing the contract on Webull because, like, just like you see the chart here, I can bring up a QQQ contract, and you could do the same thing here on Nasdaq because you just go and pull it up, and there's a put contract. There's a put contract right there. So that's how I trade options on Webull right there. So I actually will trade the actual like contract itself.
Okay. Nice.
I'm sure you do the same thing over on Schwab though, right? I think that's who you trade with, the Schwab.
Yeah, I do my options on Schwab. Yeah, that's pretty much all I trade is my prop account, and then my futures or my options are on my Schwab personal account. I have a funded NinjaTrader account that's small, but I have had so many things fluxing in my life that I just am hesitating on trading personal capital lately. So I need to get there. I do trade zero sometimes, Jaja. Yeah, I have but I have a small account on Schwab, and so I still get hit with the pattern day trade rule, and so I can only do 3 zero DTs a week. So I'll try and get ones that I can swing overnight because then it doesn't count to that number. But again, I have to see a good setup and I have to be in that mind frame. And so some weeks I'll max it out and some weeks I won't do any. Kind of just depends on what I see and how I'm feeling and what time I have in my life to focus. Yeah. Yeah, I probably should. It wouldn't be nice not to have the pattern day trade rule, but for the by and large, I don't know. I haven't gotten as deep into it where I want to do a ton. And so most of the time I'm just like, well, if it's 3, it's fine. That makes me more particular is what I have found, which I don't hate. It makes me like really want to prioritize like firing at my best shot. and then doing SPX instead of SPY usually. And so that kind of like reins me in and like slows me down a little bit, which I feel like is all right.
There you go.
I need to go cash account. I need to progress everything. Like here, I'm showing you guys that I'm not this 20-year veteran because I don't trade my own money outside of my options. And I have a lot of room for growth and expansion at this point. So
Oh
And that's life of a trader. I think all traders feel like that. They always have room for expansion and growth.
well, that's just it. Like trading is so beautiful in that way. Like I love that you said that because I totally agree that there's so much potential. Like you even just if you're in a phase or you're new, like trading micros, like there is no shame in micro game because there's so much potential for expansion when you have the time to focus, when your account grows, when you feel like you have a really good understanding and you're getting better. Like there you grow up in micros and then you start with one mini and then when you're good with futures, you can also have a good read on the larger time frame. You could throw in an option. Okay. Right. Yeah, I love that about trading, that there's so much room to grow and expand, and you don't have to rush it. Which I've been like, sometimes in my trading, I feel like an urgency to do more faster, but I do better when I slow down and I don't rush it anyways. Prop payouts into dividends, how I guide everyone. Yeah, I like that, Breezy. And futures are my primary. Like I don't think I've dabbled in enough other things that I always go back to futures. Like that's where I spent most of my time studying, and that's where there's just so much that you can make with futures and so many ways to leverage up in time with futures that it really is an incredible opportunity. And so for me, like leaning into futures is absolutely my home for trading, and I don't know that that will ever change. I mean, down the line, eventually, I'm sure I'll want to have like a lot more passive streams rolling. But for now, I'm a very active trader, and I don't want to not stop. Like you said, Riz, like being a trader, a student for life of like just fine tuning my strategies and getting better and changing the leverage and learning new ways to capitalize on it. And that's like, I'm so into it. I'm on bears. That was a nice break below and then a retest. And now I want to see more push downward on this move. My husband and I still have, like, I still have my nursing, quote unquote day job where I work part time. And then my husband is an engineer. And so we still feed into just generic retirement accounts. And so that's sort of like a passive situation that is in the background. Jojo, what do you use for your options? Are you do you do Schwab with a cash account? TOS, yeah. Yep, same. I'm pretty comfortable with their platform. Like the first options program that I used taught within that. And so using like their analysis tools and the risk assessment and stuff, like that was where I learned that. And so it's more comfortable for me to execute on there. Like the multi-leg strategies, that's where I learned it too. So I have some skill there. And I think there's a lot to learn with that. But even zero DTEs it's just so fast into the orders and then like conditional closes on them. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good. Because that's the one that I've always used because that was what my first options educator taught on, and that's where I started trading. Anyways, was TOS. So I'm just have hung there, and I really haven't felt like the fees are outrageous or anything. And like I said, I know that I probably need to progress past this PDT rule, but for now, I'm like, I'm gonna try and be really particular with them at this point. But I need to grow more. Yeah, okay, so I'm with you too on that Schwab. Like they've been really reliable. When you extract money from your those cash accounts at Schwab, it's pretty quick. Like it's next day you can get it, and same with funding it. Like both ways, it's quick. Okay, I think we might break on the 5 here on the short
It
desk
looks
side.
like it. You still got a minute 45 on that 5-minute candle.
I like it. NQ and ES are both right about there to break this support on the 5 from a half an hour ago and from just this last push. Let's go. $24,400 would be a great break on NQ.
Hmm.
I do like props though, not gonna lie. I think the prop space is incredible. Like I started trading my own money on futures when I started. Ooh, that was an alert for a break. NQ break. But prop firms are just so great, you know, like them holding the risk, and then you do have fees if you get yourself into a situation of poor behavior, but it's not, you don't have the full, you're not holding the bag on that poor behavior of the damage to your accounts. And so it's such a great place to like be learning and fine-tuning your skill and your playbook and your strategies and your speed with entry and exit and trade management. It's such a protective space to have skin in the game, but not risk all your monies. All right, now we need to follow through. NQ poked the low, and ES is not quite yet on that 5-minute support. If it does break, it could be a strong flush because that's what we've seen this morning. You know, we've seen some really strong flushes when the bottom fell out. Be interesting to see if that's what happens here.
Watching
God,
that myself.
Mm-hmm. There's time for this flush, but it'd be great. I mean, I feel like now would work. We ready?
You might want to retest the 200 though.
Yeah. It definitely hasn't shown the momentum quite yet, but I think it's angled in that direction.
There's that break now.
And no mommy on the quest.
Yep. Yeah, that was nice. Let's go.
Hey mama, can you help me?
No, you go find
There's that
your
new 5-minute candle pushing further lower. Easy 10 points. That's right, Bob. Easy peasy.
Yeah. I like this momentum. Go, baby, go. Drop, drop.
Yep. Back at this new at this shelf again.
Mm-hmm. Interestingly, this is the high of day yesterday on ES was 6645, 46. I mean 6646, and so we're nearing there on ES. Where was it on NQ? I always mark the high days and then the high of consolidations from the previous days, and they get a lot of respect. I don't know if
Looks
everyone
like
does
it.
that.
For dang sure.
Well, we're inside yesterday's high day on NQ. It's wasn't quite as strong. Let's go. I wonder if NQ wants to get back to that 24,330 support, because that's a multi-day level, that 330 on NQ.
Yeah, I see that.
Mm-hmm. There are definitely buyers defended that this morning, but another flush we could see. If we break this 46 on ES with some strength and close below it, that's definitely a sign for more momentum down, because that being the high of yesterday and support this morning a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Go 46 to 36 pretty quick. A little pause though, that happens. I love your white tiger picture, Bob. Is there a story with that? Or you just like you just like it? I enjoy seeing people's profile pictures and what they pick. It's kind of fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
You get some personality in it.
Right?
That candle closed bearish on the 5. There's a little response off that level, but nothing too strong. I think we're still got more. There's more in it here. Break it, break it. Oh, interesting. I have heard of that tiger. Okay, yeah. The picture's so small on my screen, but I have heard of that. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Interesting.
Oh, or Tiger probably was suffering.
Yeah. The world of like wild animals in captivity is something hard, like kids love a zoo and they get to see animals they would never see, but also they're wild animals in captivity. So, and then when things like that happen, there is things like, the inbreeding and it's a multi-layered situation. I've definitely heard of that tiger though. There he is. Well, he's very handsome. Hopefully his life wasn't too painful. I think Down syndrome can be, can have some abnormalities in appearance for sure, but not necessarily in pain or body function. So hopefully his life is good. All right, bears, let's go. This 5 minutes half baked. What is that? Don't get that all spread all over. Okay, at the counter. The counter only. Hmm. Have you guys heard about these like name brand expensive stress balls where you like squeeze them or whatever? I had no idea it was like it's like a growing industry apparently again. I think I
Oh
feel like they've been around for
yeah.
it's like all this hubbub of like they're worth like $20-$30 sometimes for a little rubber stress ball that I feel like it used to be the Dollar Tree. Like there's this brand dumpling. I had no idea. Yeah. I mean, like they're a thing because they're a thing, you know? I'm like,
With the
"What is this thing?"
Nito.
Nito, thank you. I'm like, oh my God, what's the brand that everyone is obsessed with right now? Nito. Do you have any in your house? You have kids have those, Riz?
Yeah, my wife actually went out and found them yesterday for my wife.
Okay, see, this is what I'm saying. See, oh, and we live in very different parts of the country, so it's a thing, the Nitos. Nito and Dumpling apparently are the two brands. I mean, I don't know. I went to my girlfriend's house last night and she has kids my age and he was talking about them like crazy as soon as I walked in the door, her son, and he's like, "You don't know what they are?" And I was like, "Sorry." And he's like, "You live under a rock." Okay. Sorry. On it. Your wife is very trendy, Riz. Like I live under a rock apparently. Nito. That is what it is. You married well, Riz.
Yep, my wife is good. She keeps everything on the, she keeps the wheel spinning. Otherwise, me, I'd be like, I have no idea.
Yeah. It's good. It's good to hold it down. Apparently I need a Nito in my trading life. Probably help me be more patient. Ooh, break again. Let's go. Sink it, sink it. On the 5, we have now started one time framing down after that messing around she did a while ago. We're breaking
Took
lows and not
long
breaking
enough.
highs on that. It's good.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Next resistance on ES is 44. We're very close to that.
Yeah, but look at them. They don't want to let it go either.
Yeah, NQ, did she test?
But on the
Right on
5 minute,
that.
you're right on the 200 on the 5 minute. That's
Yeah.
why you keep bouncing. Oh wait.
It's like right at a level that, I mean, there's, intraday, it's like how microscopic do you get? I mean, there's like, 4 or 5 levels today that we have respected for swings. And so we are again at a support that we swung off of what, almost 2 hours ago now. So that could defend or it could break and we could push the lower, which honestly, we couldn't make much of a big push up here. So it makes sense if the bulls couldn't do it, maybe the bears can hold the momentum here. So that's what we're seeing now with the slide down. Nice if it could break.
Yep.
If it doesn't, that's
And
going to
you're
be a
going
heck
in the
of
power hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Getting down to that 1 hour left. So if it doesn't break now, it won't bode well for a better power hour. You know what I mean? Because if it starts fading back inward after just this much, that's going to suck for any sort of expansion and another move at the end of the day here. So let's go down. It is not the fastest trade ever. That's okay. Still going. Still going in the right direction. Be great if we could next break 377 on NQ. That'd be a nice break. And ES would be 44. Stop loss management in this type of situation, though, knowing that it could snap back, you can trail your stop on the time frame you're comfortable trading on. Especially when you get into profits, you want to think about what could happen potentially. But because now with the one time framing down, closing below, not above, that's a good trend to ride. This ideally it will continue for at least another half an hour or so. Like we've got. There's targets down there. Yeah.
There it is. There it is. There's the cell. There she is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's go, baby. We're waiting for
It took
that.
it long enough.
Drop the bottom. Drop it out. Here we go. Oh, it's almost the next target of 36. Yup. Look at that bear. She's so cute.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
I hope everyone is in this.
Wow.
Yep. It was the cells. We were on it.
Yeah, looky. The bears show up.
Yeah,
I'm surprised
girl.
Tip in here and chat with us.
Let's go.
Oh, welcome to RQ. Welcome to the party, RQ. Nice to see you.
Dude.
What's
Cheers.
that?
Oh, I hope people were in that short. We've been talking about it for 40 minutes. It was good. That's what it's been doing, LT, today. It's been doing this slow ass pull up and then a flush.
So according to the foreign minister of Iraq, there are no peace talks between the US and Iran. So that's what this is.
Okay.
People are surprised. Surprised.
You know what? This fits with the technicals of the day. What are people surprised about?
That there's no peace talks with Iran.
Oh,
What's up, Breezy? Welcome to the party. Good to see you.
What up?
I mean, ideally there will be diplomacy. I mean, I don't know why that surprises people. It should. I mean, we're not amazing at it against the current administration, but they're supposed to happen. Like, come on, diplomacy. That was a beautiful job.
I think the narrative that's being put among people is what's the lie is that there's peace talks, because there's no peace talks right now.
Yeah, right.
There's always a fog of war in terms of what is truth versus what is not truth. There are discussions, there are negotiations. How much of that is real versus how much of that is just buying time to get troops in a position? That's an open question right now. And what's up, team?
Hey, what up, team? It's a party.
What's up, Matt? Good to see you. That's right, Bob.
What's up, brother?
That you step, same old, trying to make some money here in this market.
Well, I have done nothing today so far. But
it's not been a huge range day.
Listen, I get bored on doji days, and I'm not even going to try to paint them as anything other than boring.
Yeah.
But last night, Ace, did you catch any of that last night gold pump?
Oh, I almost messaged you,
Who
Matt.
here caught any of the gold pump last night above 4,500? I said it yesterday during Power Hour. I said keep an eye on 4,500, and Ace, I caught more than I should have. Let me just put it like that.
We were live trading last night, and
did you catch
everybody? No, everybody but me took the trade.
Oh,
there was a breakout area.
No.
Man, like 88 or 83, and I was waiting on a retest, and that thing it did exactly what I've been saying it was
Man.
gonna do. It cleared, dude. It cleared all my key areas I mapped out on GLD, and
I got to be real. I probably was able to catch more than I should because I was teaching last night. And so I wasn't laser focused on the chart. It was on the other side. It was on my other computer. And so I was teaching to one screen. And I kept spot checking and just trailing stop loss up. And it probably allowed me to sit through the whole thing. But yeah, I caught about 80% of that move last night.
Dang. Good job.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm taking the week off. I'll see you guys next week.
I'm good. All good.
that's
You were
basically how I'm
right
living.
on that.
No, listen. I'm gonna pat myself a little bit because I took it on the chin in that downward pressure and price, and so making it back up little by little.
Beautiful.
I caught it. I mean, not to sound arrogant, but I knew, hey, this is going to be the driver. This is the area. I made
It was
very,
beautiful.
very well off.
By the way, I'm also hunting 4600 tonight. We'll see. I'm interested in a 4500 test. I'm interested in 46 break. I don't want to nickel and dime the ranges.
Yeah, my GLD shares are what I'm mainly enjoying right now.
Oh, nice, RQ.
That was a nice short.
Am I reading that right, RQ? You had that entry?
What was that? What was that, Coach?
Oh, no, I was asking RQ a question.
Dude, RQ, let it go. Let it go, brother.
He's not going to.
They're trying to keep you safe. Lock it in.
That's literally what he said. And to be honest, it was so clear as day. And I had shared the zones with the team, and like, if it does this, it's gonna do this, and it did it in like 2 to 3 candles. And yeah, it was like, I'm sorry, there's no reason to sell at all.
Yeah. That was momentum. That was a momentum break. So then you just like trail it and let it fly, right? Ooh.
So one thing I like movement. And that
was a pump.
Yeah, like what served me well is when I know I'm in that parabolic state, dude, I gotta think about taking some money at some point, but that some point was like 1 point. Now it's already up. It was like 2.5%, and then it went up another 2%.
Yeah,
so,
the thing about that gold chart right now is because of the sell-off, there's big pockets in bearish retracements on the daily chart. And really the only thing that's happening here is a bearish retracement on the daily chart. But because there was so much volatility to the downside, it's opened up pockets big time. And so I kind of have a feeling this thing wants to, and I do think 4,700 is not out of the equation on a break of 46. But if we do see that scenario again tonight or into tomorrow, just one thing to keep in mind: the 9 EMA is creeping down. Currently, it's at 46.76 right now. It's the 9 EMA on the daily chart, and I fully expect that to be a zone there. Now, Ace, I think the entire journey in this retracement is going to be one on the depth of the retracement as we navigate back up into 5K. And that is obviously major levels of resistance up there. But, and we got a few wins. We got a few battles between now and then, obviously to win there as well. But that's kind of what's happening here is you have a bearish retracement coming from an overextended position, hit massive support. And so a little bit of bear covering here, a little bit of squeeze, a little bit of a pump, a little bit of Asia. But I'm right there with Breezy. I don't see it as a trend yet. I see it as the potential of a trend, but not yet. I just see that I saw last night more as a pump, but you now have a higher level of resistance on the hourly chart, and you're trying to fight for a higher level of support. So It's going to be interesting to watch this one play out. But
No,
I have a lot
it's
more
it's
interest in gold than I do the ES right now.
yeah, it's gonna have to retest, my opinion. And for whatever reason, I've stuck to the GLD. I don't know why. It's like my main focus now. Like 414. That was the weekly breakout, and it's gonna have to retest at least 414, solidify that as support, and then create two-legged moves to the upside to like trigger some form of clean continuation. You know, you get a parabolic move. I was ready. I was preemptively front loading that move. Now you need a retest. You need confirmation hold of that retest. And yeah, then you get the expansion model into continuation, and then you see more upside. My overall bull target is 435 on GLD, which is it's up there. And I need to correlate that to GC, but it's up there.
I'm trying to do it right now. So you said 407 on
No.
the retest or
414 on GLD will be the retest spot. That needs to hold support. There's a couple wicks there from the 23rd, another swing low from the 19th. That's going to have to show
on
support.
GC, that's 4,500, by the way.
There you go. I mean, that's
on GC, it would be the retest of 4,500. If it snapbacks to the low point of the 410 test, that would be 4,444, honestly. So the GLD versus GC are pretty consistent right now.
Yeah.
And I do expect a 4,500 test here. Like that's kind of the breakout channel. It wouldn't be shocking. In fact, the price tells me it wants to kind of test that level. Wouldn't it be shocking to come down and test that 45 level at all, to be honest?
Yeah, I rode some shorts down just to play both sides.
Money to be made all the ways. Just watch your levels, right?
That's
I do think you're at one of those levels, little 20-point pocket on gold that's testing on that lower end right now.
RQ's taking it for the team.
Shit, RQ's on fire right now.
Doing it. Boss.
Good. Life's better when RQ's on fire.
Anybody winning? You know what? We've all shorted the bottom. If somebody says they haven't, they're a liar.
I've
been there.
I've bought a couple bags in my career. Yeah.
I tried catching the knife. I was
I've
cut
done it
and
a
it
couple
sucked.
times.
You know, it's super interesting. People try to hide it, and like that is the trader experience. You're gonna lose. What are you gonna do after you lose is all that matters. And it's just, you know, the internet, the Furus, and everybody, they got the game so twisted. Like, what do you think you're just going to be a unicorn and have the best entry every single day? That's insanity.
You're cute.
I knew a great trader, a great educator one time. His name was Tyler. And Tyler traded a lot of different instruments, cash flow, primarily on cash flow. And he was doing iron condors on the Russell 2000. And this is back in the December 2018, when Trade War 1 got out of hand and we were dealing with a massive bear market, and that condor got absolutely ripped in shreds. Took a massive loss on the position. On a condor, you can always lose about 5 times as much as you can gain, and that thing took max loss. There's no doubt about that. And everybody, there was probably 50 people that I knew in that trade, and everybody was complaining and wondering what next and yada, yada, yada. And Tyler writes an article, and he says, the headline of the article was, "What did I learn from the volatility of the Iron Condor and the Russell 2000 in December?" And he said, "I learned I'm going to do it again in January, and I'm going to do it again in February, and I'm going to do it again in March, and I'm going to do it again in April. Because every now and then it's going to take a beating. And as that goes, that's you move on." He had a system. That system had been proven out at 80% probability. That was one of the moments that didn't play out.
Yep.
You have confidence in your system, you just go ahead and apply it. Yeah, gold's coming down to that. I'm not scaring gold. I am just getting gold in a position to give us a beautiful retest of 4,500.
again.
That's all
Yeah.
I'm doing.
Yeah.
She's resetting for the next pop.
I said it's going
Mhm.
to break. It's going to go down.
She's aggressive right now. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the downtrend on it for right now.
Like
Love it
I
like
hope you
that.
all are enjoying it. I didn't take the downtrend because I don't like doing that on gold.
Yeah.
But it was there. It was a good trigger. Now we're at a level. The other level is the 45, 40, 44, 50 level. So you got about 50 points there to the downside here, but 4,500 is going to be very, very interesting here.
Hey, we're there. What's he gonna do?
Golly, that was quick.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was a boss drop.
Yeah,
But you know,
I'm-
sometimes you
15-minute
get,
9-2.
if we fall hard into a key level, there can be a strong response sometimes. Like if you're short on that, that's the place to lock it in a little bit at least.
I'm
This would be a
scaling out.
lock-in zone for me. Like
Yeah.
this would be a scaling out zone for me.
Yeah, that hard fall into a key level.
When that thing
Yeah,
broke
it's like
last night,
a-
it broke hard. So
I took
and that
a
was also the
4.
level on Monday night too. Like Monday night was that level. Tuesday going into Asia was that level. That's kind of the level it was basing at the futures open before the futures opened up on Sunday night too. So it's a very, very well known level, not just a significant whole number. It's got multiple pivots there.
Mm-hmm.
But it would just be a scale out for me. Like I'm not in the trade, so don't go on that. But it would just be a scale out for me.
Me
Yeah.
too.
I'm scaling. I'm going to reassess. It won't be tonight or today. But I'll reassess another series of longs on gold.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
See
definitely
what she does.
hunting on the long side. Like I like it with development at 4,500. I like it a support build at 44.40 to 44.50. Like give me a support build.
Yeah, today's move was what I've been waiting on for a week, and it got to be so opportunistic within the market. You know, like I was saying yesterday, you see your chart, you believe in your chart, you hold your conviction, and most of the time, price doesn't lie. It's the only truth in the market. The equities, on the other hand, that
They lie all
break,
the time.
it was like super critical for that flag break and to get out of that range. And then when we broke out of it, you could tell we know the market wants to, but you can tell the uncertainty is still mixed in with the price because it's there. Everything technically was there. It rejected the top 5 or 6 times, and here we are right back into that zone, which is basically just an uncertainty zone. I don't expect the short side to be smooth. Don't expect the long side to be smooth. We need some resolution, which probably will not be until Monday. So we'll see. I expect a headache more. I think today had an opportunity to transition to smoother price, and here we are. 30 minutes, last 30 minutes has already changed that story again.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think we get resolution on the technical story until we get resolution on the geopolitical question.
Yeah.
And right now, like we talked about yesterday, nothing's really changed there. Conversations are happening, but again, what is real and what is not real is a very important question there. What we do know is there's a deadline on Friday night. That's what we know. And what we know is the U.S. put a 15-point proposal to Iran, and that 15-point proposal is worse. I don't want to say worse for us, not at all. If they agree to it, that'd be great. But it's harsher language in that 15-point plan than what they were even negotiating in front of the war just 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago was all about the nuclear. Now the 15-point plan said no nuclear, no enrichment, no ballistic missiles, no support of proxies. everything that's on the American wish list was on that 15-point plan. Iran immediately shut it down, said, no, that's crazy. And Iran put out their 5-point plan, which basically said, we're going to do whatever we want, basically. And so obviously they're negotiating, but they're negotiating on radical ask right now. And so it does look like there's going to be meetings later on this week in Pakistan, led by kind of India, Pakistan, Turkey, some of the EU zone, really kind of putting pressure on the US to sit down and have discussions. Pakistan's kind of being a proxy for Iran. And so there are conversations happening here, but I don't expect resolution until we see kind of what goes on with that deadline, because in the same vein that there is discussions happening, we have 8,000 troops heading over to the Middle East right now, including 1,000 more paratroopers that were just announced today that are going over to the Middle East. And some of that could just be leveraged to be put on Iran to let them know that we are dead serious about what is going to transpire here. But a lot of it is just positioning going in front of that deadline. So I kind of feel we're going to be in chop for the next few trading sessions. I don't see the market as of right now pricing in every radical conclusion of every single data point that comes out. I think that's a positive step. Slowing momentum is a positive step to kind of alleviate some of this, but I'm right there with Breezy. I don't think we're going to see true resolution on the pricing side of it until we get resolution on the geopolitical side.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 4,500 zones it did snap underneath that good little level, but the 4,500 zone is a major zone on gold.
I mean, that's what you got to expect on gold, and especially with the increased volatility. It's one thing. It's I teach this, and I've taught it a few times here. It's a concept called tailwinds in the market. Your tailwind is the simplest way is an expected slippage area on every entry you ever take in the market. For me on gold, it was 10 points. And this is when gold was calm. And now it's got to be like 20 at minimum for me. I know any trade I get into, it may have 20-point slippage. Doesn't mean my entry's not good, or my vision or my conviction isn't good. Just the volatility is enhanced right now. You're not going to have the perfect entry. You can have the patient entry, which will give you better odds. You can have confirmed break entries, which will also give you those better odds. But you need to prepare for slippage with the increased volatility expansion. And must be factored into trading. And that's where I think the average retail trader doesn't think about any of that. They have no idea. When you transition one day to having your own cash account, like for me, I quantify those commissions, couple different variables that go into the trade you take. So the tailwind concept, it's super important for your longevity and to really understand you're never going to have the perfect entry. If you do have the perfect entry consistently, you are an anomaly in the market and it's not going to last forever. So it's one thing I preach upon. And with gold, you just got to be prepared. That's it. It's
Breezy,
never
if you're
going to.
constantly waiting on the perfect entry, the perfect stop loss, you're not trading enough and you're giving up probability analysis. You don't need the heavens and the earths and the moons and the stars to all align to make a trade.
Yep.
Do you have an edge? Do you have a positive reward to risk ratio? Those are the two things you need to make a trade.
And you have to trade. You have to get the experience needed. So you have to have the best understanding of your trade plan and then put some money on the line and feel it out, because I feel like that's what's caused me the most improvement is just trading. Thinking I see something, thinking it's my setup and trading it. And then when I'm stopped out, what could I learn? What was it my best setup or was it slightly different? And then that's where I think the fine tuning comes in, where you start to really build. The experience matters more when you have leverage on the line in your most ideal setups. And then that's where you can really start to fine tune. That's that changed a lot for me when I kind of leaned into being open to learning from the trades that weren't ideal, and it really helps fine tune it.
And fun fact that where price
fact,
halted
just
last
fixing
night
it,
was
right?
the breakout area on gold as well.
Mm.
So that's now 44.87 is now a pretty critical level.
The low point in this move.
Yep, that is the retest of last night's breakout.
I love fun facts.
That is market dynamics 101.
London's
a
a great
retest?
session, Ace. When I was younger, I used to love London because I'd stay up and I was a night owl, always have been. Now I'm getting a little older. I like the Asian session.
Asian session's not bad for us on the West Coast. Like, that's a reasonable time. For me, it's like everyone's getting home. It's a little chaotic, but some good opportunity, it seems.
When gold wants to pump, it usually pumps in Asia.
Yep.
I like it.
To be honest, man, you can trade in any time as well. The markets are so liquid now. I used to wake up at 3 a.m. and trade, and then do it again at New York Open, do it again at Asia, and be successful within all three. The markets evolve so much now that there's really not a bad time. And when you think of London, you think of Asia. For the most part, it's a lot calmer. I don't want to say calmer. It's more technical based than New York. So I prefer it for that reason. So if like you're learning, you're new, some price stability, when markets are not extreme like they are now, the after hour session it's a good one. Until you sit and chop for like 3 hours. But we do that every day.
I was gonna
During-
say
during New
anybody
York either
throwing out
way.
power hour over the last few months, we've seen quite a bit of moments where we get nothing but
Yeah.
chop. I did, OG. I did. It was a fun trade. It's a little funner when it works out like that, though. You know what I mean?
Why'd you just know we're live Monday through Thursday during that Asia session?
Kind of. The market just wants to doji today. Every test down just kind of comes right back inside range. I don't think this is the last doji we'll see this week, by the way.
Yeah, it kind of stinks stinks a little bit, but I think kind of front running the low support into today was the play of the week. The rest of the week is going to be, and I was telling Justin last night, I don't even like to assume anymore with price. Like I used to build very effective trade plans. Like I would sit down for 30 minutes and build out a whole plan for the week of where I envision price to be, and just kind of be prepared whenever it reacts to what I'm wanting it to react to. Current state of the market, I don't even waste my time.
No, no. I the way I see it, Breezy, is I see the same thing. I'd like to kind of visualize where I see things going so that I can prepare myself to act. You can't tell me where price is going to be in 2 days from now.
Yep.
Like you just can't. I think it's going to be inside Monday's candle, and I think that's going to be the case until we get resolution. But I just don't think you can project outside of intraday analysis right now.
Well, Coach Becky, looks like you're locked out.
Did Becky
got
get
it.
deported?
Well, it won't let her speak or hear. And I just updated my Discord yesterday, and there's another update ready as well. But yeah, no, one thing that works for me is I just reboot Discord altogether. If you haven't tried that, no, she can't even hear me. Hell, I don't even know if Riz is talking or if anyone can hear anybody.
I can hear you, Breezy.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
I think
No, I
it's
wasn't
just
saying
me.
anything.
Oh, there's Riz.
Okay.
Yeah,
hear Riz.
I was just here listening.
Riz, I got a question for you because I was watching your trade. Why didn't you take profit at the Friday low that you have marked out?
I was hoping that we would get the continuation to the downside. So trying to see if we'd have the follow through.
Yeah.
I should have scaled out of it is what I should have done. At least taken 2 contracts out. Just left the runner.
Yeah, I saw it down there. I'm like, dang, he's got a level right there, and then it bounced right from that level. So I was just curious on your logic behind it.
Yeah, I was hoping that we'd see some continuation here for the end of the day, into the close. Maybe we'll see a nice flush, but
Yeah.
nope.
It's not too
Still
far
half a
off.
percent up.
Give it some room. Yeah.
Excuse me. You did manage it well, though. I saw your stop in profit. I do that as well, just to give it room.
Double bottom here at 4,500 on gold would be nice.
I'm tempted, but I'm gonna let it breathe. I've had really good success on gold last 2 days, and I'm gonna let it figure itself out before I reposition.
Yeah, I'm not going to do anything until it develops. And bouncing at a key level of support is not that development for me.
It's got a really good pocket, GLD 414 to 410, which is
That's the
probably
45 to 4440 range on the
Yeah.
GC contract.
It is. I'm looking at both now to make it simple. It is.
Yeah, it's like I did the same thing, put it on the same time frame. You can kind of see where those things are at.
That is a good pocket. And then for what I use, I have the central pivot range there, top control. That's a good buy area, 4450, 4440. So we'll see. I'll probably end up loading longer dated options again there. And then really, the more I look, if this 4487 holds, that is a very, very clean retest into an expansion set. It's like super, super technically lined up. So Matt, while we have the floor, and it's just me and you and Riz, I have a question, man. What got you into trading?
Oh, great question. Honestly, when I was younger, I didn't really have any interest in trading. I was, I was on a very traditional track. College, law school, graduated law school, getting ready to take the bar. And then I had some unfortunate life situations happen where I had to take a year off from taking the bar. So I didn't take the bar immediately upon graduating law school. I'd went to 7 straight years of higher ed, and I did all summers, all the internships, did internships in Congress, did internships at the Utah State Legislature, the ACLU, the Women's Suffrage Group out of Salt Lake City. I was born and bred to be a lawyer. And so in the year I took off from after I graduated law school, I went home and I took over the family business, which is real estate. My father owned a real estate company, and I grew up doing real estate. So I went home and took over the family business and started, making real money for the first time in my life, and really loved it. Loved working with my hands, loved working in real estate. We did development projects, rehab projects, spec homes, that type of thing. It was a smaller real estate company in a small county in Utah. About a year after that, I was getting ready to apply to take the bar and take that. And my younger brother, Tim, who was the opposite of me, always looking for the next greatest get rich quick type scenario. And so he called me up, and he'd got me involved in so many stupid things. I remember back in the 90s, he got me selling cell phone plans in a pyramid type nonsense. And he had done that a few different times, but I love my brother. He was my best friend. And so when he calls me up and says, "Hey, I want you to come out and I want you to meet somebody," I'm like, "Yeah, let's go out. Let's go get a beer. Let's have some fun. Let's talk." Hadn't seen him for a while, so I was excited about it, and met a guy by the name of Fred at that lunch, and he was a option trader, and he had asked me if I'd ever traded before, and I'm like, no, never really had any interest. And then he was also a BYU fan, and I was a big BYU fan, so we started talking, and it piqued my interest in trading options, and I remember asking him a question. I'm like, "Well, how do you do this? How do you do that?" Because my interest got piqued. And he says, "Well, I'm not going to just tell you, you'll just go out and lose your money. But what you can do, if you want, is you can come to this class." And yeah, Jaja, I did all of that. And you can come to this class. And I went to this class. It was a 3-day live class. He gave it to me for free. So I was just, and I was like, yeah. And so I went to this class, and it was a class on technical analysis. And I'd never studied charts. I'd never studied anything like that. I didn't know what a candle was. I grew up in real estate in a small county in Utah and was going to law school. But man, when I started learning technical analysis, oh my goodness, it just rang true to me. And I could starting to see how I could do something like this. And so I decided to open up an account. I put $2,000 into the account. I wasn't a wealthy guy at 27 years old. $2,000 meant a lot of money. It was a lot to me, and it was a lot to my young family. But I did it, and I went out there and made my first 3 trades, and I'll always remember them. My first trade was on a company on Schlumberger. My second trade was on a company called First Solar. And then I don't remember the third trade because I'd put all my money into the first trade. It worked out. It went from 2 to 5K like in a heartbeat.
Yep.
My second trade, I went from 5 to 15K in like 2 days. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm out of the rat race on day like 3. And so I put all the money into the third trade. And I was doing so stupid things. I wasn't even doing technical things. I was buying call options in front of earnings, basically, and just getting lucky. But me thinking I was great, looking back, I was just pure lucky, and honestly should have lost everything on the first trade. I would have deserved that, but ended up giving back everything that I'd made on the 2 trades on the trade 3. And it felt like a brick hit me in the face. But one thing that stood out to me, I knew I was making mistakes, but I knew I could find an edge. And so I got interested in it and really spent the next 6 to 12 months studying technical analysis and trading options. And that's how I got in and just kind of stuck after that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. It's always interesting, those first trades, because I had a similar start to my trading. I was an idiot. I had no financial guidance or anything like that. So like I went in basically full portfolio into a pharmaceutical.
Oh,
It
so you
had
were doing pretty much similar things that I was doing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it took about 10 days, but I had doubled my portfolio and I was like, holy crap.
It's that easy. It's that easy.
It's that easy. And I ended up chasing that high for like 3 years. And dude, my trading journey was far from a smooth one. And I always reflect back to that first trade because it was a pure dopamine release. I didn't know technicals. I didn't know anything. I didn't know financials. None of that runs in my family. And what got me into the market was basically my 401ks. Like when I was young, like 17, I had a very rocky life before 17. So I had to work super young, got on with a company that had
The value of hard work and fighting for everything that you need.
Yeah, they had a profit sharing plan of 28%, and they put it into a Vanguard account. And I remember seeing that Vanguard account move like peanuts. And
It's now. It takes
2000,
a little bit of time for you to start parking your money in that thing.
yep. And then 2008 hit, and that portfolio got decimated with the housing market bubble. And I was like, you know what? I think I can do this better. So I took the hardship penalties and did all of that, and that's what started. Kind of piqued my interest was what is a 401k and why is it moving and why is it barely moving?
What is this 401k and why is it in mutual funds and why is it not moving? Oh wait, yeah, it's because I have to put my money into it over time.
And so I don't regret it. My transition and process could have been much smoother if I had a mentor or even an idea of like seminars or where to even go. But I just didn't have that outlet. And this is back, like I remember I used to go on YouTube 2006 and kind of like look for ideas or education, but there was really nothing on the internet back then. Especially
it was all live seminars.
Yep. And
it's the only place you could get any degree of trading education is live seminars.
But yeah,
that's obviously different today.
Yeah, for sure.
20 years ago, we didn't have those things today.
I preach it all the time. Technology and information and the ability to apply it. And, back testing's been a thing, but like the ability to do what I always say is education and application in today's current state comparable to back then. It's definitely not easier to make it. I think the market will still have that steep learning curve in any environment because that steep learning curve is versus you.
Yeah, especially back then it was you versus you. Today it's still you versus you. It's always you versus you. That's your chief. Your biggest protagonist is you, and your biggest antagonist is you, trader.
Yeah.
But back in the day, technology has democratized the learning space, and that's a very, very, very positive thing.
Yep.
Back in the day, it would take a lot of capital, a lot of money, and a lot of time to learn these same techniques people can learn in a very, very short amount of time. And I find that to be absolutely amazing and fascinating because people need financial education as much as they need anything. And yet we don't teach financial education anywhere.
Yep.
Anywhere. There's a reason for that. The reason is very simple, so that you park your money in that Vanguard account.
Yep. That is so true, man. I had to go so it took me probably $250,000 and 3 portfolios to understand I need to get financial literacy. And so I ended up pursuing a finance degree. Because at the time I was like, I have an idea what these people do. Like, I know what a CPA is. I know what Vanguard is. Let me learn. Because what I'm currently learning is not the path or
financial advisors learn how to do one thing. They learn how to sell mutual funds.
Yeah.
That's what they learn how to do. But here's just a number for you guys. the amount of people, well, let me put it like this. The average American with a 401k today, by the time they retire, how much money do they need in that 401k to maintain the stabilization of their life in their retirement account? They need approximately $3 million. Now, that's based on inflationary rates today. Do the math in the future, you're going to have to need about 3 to 4 times that. But as of right now, how much money is in the average 401k in America? It's less than $25,000. But that takes into account people that are 18 and starting out and people that are 67 and finishing out. And so when you look at just retirement accounts, baby boomers, they're into the 300,000 to 400,000 range. But the reality is they have contributed more than that to their 401k over the 40-year career.
Yeah.
That's the shocking stat. By the time you retire, you will have contributed more money to that account than you will have in the account because of fees and inflation. And that's why it's I don't want to call it a scam, but that's why it's extremely difficult for people to retire in America based on a 401k. It's not that it's a negative thing. That's not what I'm trying to say. But a 401k alone will not allow you to retire. You will have to supplement it in some capacity.
It is crazy what you're saying because I have taught that for the last decade. And
You can't get around the numbers.
most people think I'm insane when I say that. And I do say 401ks are a scam. You got to think about why they.
Don't listen to you. Don't listen to me. Listen to the author of the system, John Bogle, who founded Vanguard.
Yep.
John Bogle founded Vanguard, father of the index fund, said mutual funds are a scam. He's the one who said you're going to pay up to 70% of everything you ever do in a 401k to the purveyors, to the purveyors of the services, Wall Street, if you will. That was John Bogle who said that. He said that in the book, A Little Book of Common Sense Investing, back in 2009. John Bogle is a legend, and the founder of Vanguard said, don't buy what those financial advisors try to sell you, because you pay way too much in fees. And for what? Financial advisors don't do anything. They don't risk mitigate anything. They don't diversify anything. Their concept of diversification is legitimately, let's get you some Apple and Google. That's their concept of diversification. It's ridiculous.
You are speaking my language, because that is exactly what I tell people is, why would you pay somebody to buy VOO when you can do it yourself?
Just like literally do what Buffett said. Buy the spiders. Like, if that's all you're going to do, just buy the spiders. You don't have to pay the fees. You get paid a dividend just to park the retirement in the spiders.
Yeah. I was telling some traders in a program I used to run who are actively in 401ks. And I was like, hey guys, you have to be aware on the back end of this, there's a performance fee that's attached. And that standard performance fee, I don't know what it is now, but it used to be about 12%. And so they're going to take 12% of your earnings.
There is 6 standard fees in a mutual fund. 6 different fee allocations.
Yeah.
And the only one they have to tell you legally, the only one is the management fee.
Yep.
They don't have to tell you the other ones. Because, and this is the shocking part of it, the people that you hire to run your 401ks and those retirement accounts do not have a fiduciary responsibility to work on your behalf. It is crazy to me. It's insane to me. It makes absolutely no sense to hire somebody on your financial behalf that does not have a fiduciary responsibility. That's like saying, I'm going to hire a lawyer that doesn't have to work for me. I'm going to hire an accountant that doesn't have to work for me. I'm going to hire a plumber that I have no ramifications, no legal ramifications against if they do something bad to me.
Yeah.
It's insane to me. So why do financial advisors not have a fiduciary responsibility to you, the end user, the same way almost every single profession in life does? Because Congress sets the rules.
Yep. super interesting. And then I always think like it was created. So there is a positive to it, is what I'll say, and it's a kind of the starter of what I was mentioning about getting some financial literacy. Is people have to learn how to manage money, and I think in our society, it is no one talks about it. Like you need to learn how to be. It's deeper than financial stability. When I think about money, or what served me well is like almost treating it like technical analysis. I'm going to be strategic. I'm going to budget. I'm going to analyze. I'm going to understand where it goes. And it's super surprising to me. Majority of Americans really lack that concept of management of money.
Because we have a
And
bunch of poor dads that don't teach us anything about money because it's not taught to them.
yeah.
It's a compounded problem that will never end. And Ace, it's really sad that the people of America, the richest country in the history of mankind, have to blow up accounts just to learn the value of risk management.
Yeah. I mean, there's some society factors that go in there. You can't even turn on the TV without the next flashy, shiny ball. And I mean, us as humans, we want that ball. So I understand it, but you have to learn it. It's a core concept for stability. That's not even like when I guide people, when I talk about these things, it's not even for you. It's for the people who rely on you. You know, your kids and their kids. And like for me, I come from nothing. Like we come from straight poverty. And so I always think about deeper than me. Like this is going to go on forever. And somebody in every bloodline has to be the one that says, okay, like I'm going to change some things because this isn't good. And it's a vicious loop that we're in our society. So I think education, for me, in my experience, was that bridge to get the understanding of like, oh, so this is what smart people do, and this is how they manage things. And it's, the saying is like, it's not what you know, it's who you know or who you surround yourself with. I want to be the dumbest person in the room. And so
yes, 100%, 100%.
Yep.
One of my mentors along the way was Robert Kiyosaki, and he wrote a little book called Rich Dad Poor Dad back in the day. And I don't agree with Robert on everything. In fact, I have some substantial disagreements with Robert. But one thing that I remember him grilling into not only myself but others was the concept of rich dad, poor dad is true. We all have rich people in our lives, and he's not talking monetarily, by the way, when he references the term rich. We all have rich people in our lives, and we all have poor people in our lives, and we have a choice on who we want to listen to. And his point in Rich Dad Poor Dad is about the poor dad. He was referencing his own father, but it's not that. It's obviously deeper than that. But our fathers, our mothers, the people that come before us are the ones that lay the groundwork for who we are going to become. And I made a decision, going back to my origin story that you asked me about. I made a decision back in the day that I was going down the path that my father wanted me to go down. Go to law school. After law school, what did I do? Went home, took over the family business. I was going down his path. And I remember one time, a few years into my career, I was having some degree of doubt and doubt in myself. And I remember him saying to me, well, who do you want to become? Do you want to become your father? And I love my father. My father passed away a couple of years ago. Love my father. He's a hero to me, but I didn't want him. And so just that mindset of, making sure that you're constantly going down to improve yourself, following the people that came in front of you that built those paths. And so it's, having that proper mindset is really important. But we all have people outside that help us in those journeys. And that's one of the reasons I saw Becky say it. I saw Woji say it. Like, that's why I feel like it's important to find a community of like-minded people that you can navigate these conversations with so that you can learn over time and embrace being in communities that are, other than my friends, for example. Love my friends. Love joking with my friends. Love hanging out with my friends. Love going golfing with my I don't always love talking money with my friends.
Well, there's an odd concept of our society is we take advice from strangers better than we do from the people who know us. I don't know why, but we do. You can look at people who go to seminars from like some random, what's that guy's name? Tony Robbins, for example. They don't know him, never met him, never made an impact in his life, but his verbiage can change people's lives, right? So it's always interesting. There's something that we do as humans is taking advice from strangers better than we do from the ones we love or that love us. I've tried to tell my brother numerous things my whole life. Dude, I gave up. He's never going to listen to anything I say. And then some random dude he met, became his mentor and he started listening to him. I'm like, brother, I've been telling you this for 10 years. Like, why didn't you listen to me? So that's another interesting thing about society.
All right, guys. Breezy, I really enjoyed that conversation. Thank you so much for sharing some of your story. And honestly, thank you for asking me. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Got 10 minutes left in the trading session here, guys. We're at the exact same levels we were throughout the entire conversation. Gold, a little bit of a bear retracement setting up on the chart right now. On the 15-minute chart, would love to see a double bottom around 4,500. We'll see if I can get it.
Yeah, it's hard to talk price when price is hanging out here at the lows. You know what we'll do next time, because this isn't going to be the last time this week.
No.
I'm going to start preparing. I want to get the team educated on options. I think I know you go over it in your labs, but I think when time is dead, it's something we could lean into.
Well, especially like, because in my labs, I can take it from like a definitional perspective, you know what I mean? Like start understanding rules and time and Vega and all that jazz. I am planning on doing a covered call conversation tomorrow. And so I'll do some basic options in my lab tomorrow. And then I'm going to start a covered call conversation to just I had a few people ask me if I would do a session on covered calls. And so I'm going to do a session on covered calls tomorrow, but that would be great, Breezy, a little bit of options conversation, because even on the day trading equations, DTE is obviously very popular. Coach Riz loves doing it every single day.
Man, Ace, I can give you a 2-second breakdown on leaps. Target a low bearish environment and buy time. That's literally, to me, when I go into leaps, I do not put much thought into it. There's certain things you would look for in strike price, but if you know, like you had the tariff rally, and you want to ignore price volatility, and you feel confident that this is a good entry mark, it's going to be the smoothest, most boring option contract of your life. They are very expensive. For me, what I love to do when I target leaps is I want the extrinsic and I want the intrinsic value of both. Meaning, I want to be a little out of the money, and then I want to get it.
I want to start out of the money on leaps too.
Yep. So I want to be out of the money. And then I want to get a deep in the money ride. And then what I do in those leaps, for me, my personal strategy is to convert them into shares. I don't care about the percentage gain. I care about a lower cost basis on the shares. Leaps are a very, very good starting point in options. Just know they're very, very expensive.
Anytime you buy more time in any contract, you're going to have more premium on that. You're going to have more premium, more volatility, more everything. But leaps are just longer duration option contracts is all they are. So an option contract will go anywhere from 1 day up to 39 months of time. And so you have shorter duration contracts and you have longer duration contracts. The longer duration contracts, anywhere from 8 to 39 months, is called a leap, is what it is. And so leaps are utilized by investors who want to have the option, if they get that run, to buy that stock or dump the contract back on the open market. Not often done in a multiple time frame breakout momentum condition. Those are more shorter duration type trade setups. But you give me a good old fashioned reversal coming from a point on a chart, and I don't want to say manage the equity, you can do a leap. But what else you can do once you understand leaps is there's a rule of thumb in the market that if you own anything, you can sell something against it to cash flow. And so if you, for example, I'm going to talk covered calls tomorrow. The step one of a covered call is to buy 100 shares of the stock. Well, $10 stock, that's pretty easy. $100 stock, that gets a little bit more complicated. And so instead of buying the shares, what traders can do when you're looking at companies like Nvidia or Google or Micron or something along those lines, where you maybe don't want to do 100 shares because of the cost basis, what you could do is because the covered call is a two-step process: buy the stock and then sell a call option against the stock. Well, if you don't have the capital requirements necessary to buy those 100 shares of that stock, you can go out there and buy a longer duration option, i.e. a leap, and still sell short-term options against that leap and still be technically covered. And so it wouldn't be considered naked because you have the option you could exercise to buy the stock at any point. And so what a lot of option traders will do is they will dump the ownership of stock in lieu of owning a leap, drive their cost basis down, and still sell those same shorter duration options to bring in cash flow. And so, for example, if I buy a $100 stock and I sell a $3 option, I'm cash flowing 3% against the equity that month. Well, if I have a $100 stock, but I'm not buying a leap, and let's say that leap is $10, for example. Well, I'm still going to sell that $3 option, but now my cost basis is 10. Well, what's the difference? The difference is my cost basis went down, which meant my ROI went up. That's a 30% return on investment. And so there's leaps can be utilized in a variety of different ways. But one of them is obviously Breezy's talking about. You have an investment thesis and you don't want to buy the stock, you can buy a leap. The other one is you have a cash flow thesis and you don't want to buy the stock, you can buy the leap. And so leaps are a very popular way of both to the investor class and to the cash flow class.
Well, there's
tradable.
Another variable to leaps for me that I quantified. I'm gonna use COVID for an example because that's when I really utilize leaps. Sometimes price is so volatile from a day trade perspective, it's gonna help drown out the noise. Because if I'm convicted on a direction, like COVID to me was a no-brainer. You had the Fed stepping in, liquidity injection.
You had everybody stepping in, like one crew was stepping in, yeah.
But there was no price stability.
None. Not
in
for
that
weeks.
Yeah, in that environment. So like I remove the volatility question. I remove the frantic panic mindset of worrying about the day trade environment. I buy an extensive amount of time.
Out of the money leaps and just let it cook.
Let it go.
Great. I wish I would have done that.
So that's great. I don't want to sound arrogant, but I had like 14,000% gainers in that environment, and a lot of them were on leaps, and that is
you get a 14,000% gain, you can definitely be a little bit pat on.
So that's where I think leaps shine, is like you have the tariff environment that happened. If you can target that low, just remove the noise, and when it gets into money and goes in your direction, you're more likely to hold that trade because you have an abundance of time to support you. So it removes a lot of emotional barriers in the options game as well.
Well, team, we got Breezy. Thank you so much for the conversation. I thoroughly enjoyed that today. Team, we got a couple minutes left in the trading session here. Breezy, you got some final thoughts for the team before we say sayonara for today?
It's tough for me to give final thoughts. I would just say still plan for the unknown. We've talked about it numerous times, continuously size down. I think the market shows support. I think this breakout was much needed. I think current state of the market has rejected that breakout. So the environment we had for smoother times was wiped away. So kind of that defensive mechanism that you should be carrying with you, continue it. And I don't expect any change in anything in the market until next week, until we get some direction from a geopolitical standpoint.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Yeah, Woji, a leap is a longer duration option. Yes. So a call option and a put option has time durations to it, obviously. But a leap is anything that has 8 months or more of time. Like on certain assets, they can go all the way out to 39 months, but anything more than 8 months of time is technically. So it's really about the time, not the contract. It's about the time in the contract. All right, team, we are heading out for today. Thank you so much for being the best Blue Sky. Thank you so much for hanging out with us in Power Hour. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the conversation and that gold setup as well. Team, we'll be back same time for same time, same channel for Power Hour tomorrow. I know Coach Breezy and Blas are going to be hanging out tonight as well. With that said, everybody have a wonderful rest of your day. And if you need anything from the team, hit us up in Discord. Thanks, everybody.
Peace.
Have a great day, team. See y'all tomorrow.